James, did you by chance get this?
Yeah, I saw that on an email.
I can give you this one, maybe make copies of it, and,
Is that the shelter in,
yeah, it's the challenge, yeah, it's the cutoff challenge, the shelter in place. And so I thought maybe if you wanted, I could give you this and you make copies, put it up in front, if that's good.
I think Michelle
Okay,
just emails it, she'll post it.
okay, just,
But if you want to leave her a copy.
yeah. Okay, great, great.
All I saw was the email.
Are they there, the cookies? Did you bring the cookies?
You're going to throw it out on your EP update too, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
We're good. Guys,
You enjoy it.
where's Mark?
Is that
All right, we'll start with the cookies.
you know?
I want to ask if the cookies are here.
No, they're not.
Is everyone ready?
Yes.
Should we rise up?
Can I have everyone rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Ready?
I
I pledge allegiance to the flag, United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right.
Right. Okay. Agenda. Pine Mountain Club Property Owners Association, Inc. Board of Directors regular meeting, Saturday, April 18th, 2026, 10 a.m., Condor Room. Members are free to speak on a specific agenda item when the board chair calls for discussion on that item. If you would like to bring up a topic that is not listed on today's agenda, the appropriate time to do so is during the members' open forum. This meeting is being recorded to provide access to members and to aid the recording secretary in preparing the minutes. To ensure a respectful and constructive environment for everyone, we kindly ask that all comments be shared in a courteous manner and remain free of personal, argumentative, and disruptive remarks or gestures. Thank you for helping us maintain a positive and inclusive space for community dialogue. All right, call to order. Joshua Arman.
Josh, can you?
Joshua.
Yeah, I don't know why that is either.
As long as you can hear us, we're
As
good.
long as we can hear you.
There it is.
Okay, well,
Can you hear me? Josh?
Okay, well, I was the only one speaking, so as long as you could hear me.
I could see the,
Does see the microphone is red.
yeah, it's low.
Can, is it, yeah, so it's remaining low?
Yeah, it's red.
George is working on it. Let's take roll and try to get
Okay.
this fixed.
Okay, Mark Bailey.
Yeah.
All right, Madison Bodorf, that's me. Sean Coulter.
Here.
Nicole Gates.
Here.
Randall Gates.
Here.
Andrea Schoening.
Here.
And Douglas Wild.
Here.
All right, adopt the agenda. Resolve that the agenda for the Board of Directors meeting April 18th, 2026 be adopted.
Second.
Thank you.
Any discussion?
Motion to amend.
Okay.
There's a item on the agenda that calls for A motion to approve the budget under officers' reports. There's a resolution for that later in. The motion should be removed under Section 5, officers' reports.
Motion to remove. Repeat it one more time, sorry.
Pardon?
Can you repeat that one more time? Sorry.
I'll give it a shot.
Thank you.
A motion to remove from the agenda under officers' reports. The second motion there says approve the 26-27 budget. That needs to be removed because there's a resolution later in the agenda that deals with that very subject.
Okay. Thank you.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of amending the agenda? Okay.
Josh?
Josh, can you hear me? Okay, Josh, we are approving the amended agenda. Please let me know if you are in favor. What if I have you on my phone on speaker as an additional, but I mute, well, no, that won't work. I could. Okay, George suggests, if you can hear me at all, George suggests reading the closed captioning, and if you can respond to that. We're not necessarily able to read, but if you can respond verbally to what you see on the screen, it will help. What we're needing right now is approval for the agenda change in order to remove the motion listed under officers' report for budget approval, since it is also included as a resolution. It seems to be working at this point. I can hear you. You're responding in time, so I think we're okay. Do we have your approval for the amended agenda? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okie dokie. Approval of minutes. Motion to approve the draft minutes of the Board of Directors' regular open board meeting of March 21st, 2026.
Second.
Was that Director Bailey?
Yes, I'm shy.
What? All right.
Discussion? All those in favor? Thank you. Motion carries.
All PMC POA governing documents affected by approved resolutions and motions in these minutes have been updated to reflect the approved changes. Consent agenda. Consent agenda opportunity for public comment. All items listed under consent agenda are considered to be routine and non-controversial. Consent items will be considered first and may be approved by one motion if no member of the board wishes to comment or ask questions. If comment or discussion is desired by anyone in the audience, the item may be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered in listed sequence with an opportunity for any member to address the board concerning the item before action is taken. Would we like to approve it all together? Yes? Okay. Motion to approve the consent agenda? Motion to approve the consent agenda?
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Thank you. Motion carries.
All right, and officer reports, chair's report.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here, and thank you to those attending online. I hope you've all received the pre-ballot notice sent out from our new Inspector of Elections, Accurate Voting Services. It was sent out by email, so that's why I'm addressing this. I'm grateful to get that feedback. We will address that. One of the reasons it is potentially not being received is because the sender is not the clubhouse. So thank you, and we will address that, and we will send it out again in some manner that it will be more readily received. In addition to a list of candidates, the message contains important information regarding our election process this year. That's why I was potentially going to say, if you've not received this notice, please contact the office, though I will make sure we send it out again in a manner that will be more effective. This year, members will once again have the option to deposit ballots in a secure ballot box that will be located in the clubhouse lobby. There will also be a 30-minute window for on-site hand-delivered ballot collection by our Inspector of Elections on the morning of the election. The election packet will be sent out to members on May 15th, and the election is scheduled for June 20th. Ballots placed in the mail and ballot box must be received by 5:00 p.m. June 19th to be counted. And polls will open at 9:30 on the day of the election. Members will have until 10 o'clock that morning if they wish to hand deliver their ballot to the Inspector of Elections. This year's Meet the Candidates events are scheduled Friday, April 24th from 6 to 8 p.m. and Saturday, May 2nd from 10 to 12 p.m. The board encourages all members to vote. Your participation is essential to maintaining a strong and representative community. Please take the time to familiarize yourself with the candidates and the proposed bylaws amendments on this year's ballot so that you may make an informed decision that reflects your priorities and also the needs of our community. The office also recently distributed an email containing the association's rules, bylaws, and financial reports covering November 25 through March 26. As a reminder, particularly as we transition to our new website, this information remains available to members through the front office, and you can receive it both in person but also through email. As we begin the new fiscal year, we also encourage members to get involved in our community by applying for committee service. A few of our committees are looking for new applicants, and I reached out personally to committee chairs so they could share some highlights of recent committee work. If you would stay with me, there are a few who did respond. Starting with the Bear Committee. The Bear Committee had a highly productive year focused on member education, safety, and community engagement. Key accomplishments include installing bear-aware signage throughout the community, hosting a well-attended town hall with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to address member concerns, launching a community Facebook page with timely bear activity updates, and establishing a bear ambassador program to support reporting and prevention efforts. The committee meets monthly with Zoom access, welcomes new participants, and will be hosting an informational booth at the Lilac Festival. This is an excellent opportunity for members interested in wildlife, safety, and community education. The Communications Committee focuses on improving how information is shared with members. Current efforts include finalizing a clear, accessible fact sheet, explaining how spending decisions are made at PMC, as well as ongoing collaboration with staff on website and newsletter content. Their next major project will be updating and refining the new member information packet to better welcome and inform new residents in collaboration with the Planning Committee. This committee is a great fit for members interested in communication, outreach, and improving transparency. The Planning Committee continues to advance the 2025 strategic plan action items formed from member survey data to guide priorities. Current work includes tracking progress on action items such as increasing member participation in education, enhancing communication, supporting emergency preparedness and prevention goals, and evaluating amenity usage and needed improvements. The committee welcomes members who are interested in long-term planning, community development, and turning member feedback into action. If you would like to contribute to the important work these committees are doing, you are encouraged to attend a meeting, learn more about their efforts, and consider participating. Committee involvement is one of the most effective ways to make a meaningful impact in our community. And while our website rollout is underway, applications can still be found on our pre-existing websites, but members may also contact the office to apply. James will provide an update on the progress of clubhouse-related work and the advancement of our fire mitigation grant efforts. On that note, I want to close with an important seasonal reminder as we move into warmer, drier conditions. Over the past year, the board has reviewed numerous violations, yet those that seem to be the most prevalent are in violation of our CCNR restriction 5.2, which states, "There shall be no exterior fires whatsoever, except for barbecues and confined receptacles designed for such purposes." As a reminder, violating this restriction comes at a high financial cost, but the safety risk of such a violation is far greater. It is essential that this be taken seriously and with the utmost care and caution. While property owners may be well-versed on this issue, it is essential also that visitors and renters are equally informed of this risk and that we take all necessary precautions against it. In closing, as we move forward, I would like us all to remember that though there may be issues that create division between us, we share a common goal of the care and protection of our community. I ask that we take every opportunity to work together towards that shared purpose. Thank you.
Thank you. General Manager's report.
Okay, my turn. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here today. We'll start off with some administrative updates. Update from last month regarding the new payroll vendor software from Paychex to ADP. The process initiated a few days ago, our first call, which is now scheduled weekly calls to go forward to align towards cutover on May 11th. So that's going on. That's good. That's that $39K saved over 3 years. Employees of the month, we missed that. I got a little busy, but for March, Employee of the Month, it's a great opportunity to recognize our employees for their hard work every day. March, Employee of the Month, Michelle Sandberg, receptionist. I know you're down there watching. So thank you, Michelle. Thank you for your hard work every day. It's very much appreciated. That's a very tough position, and we know it. April is Bruce Spargo, our patrol officer. Great job, Bruce. I appreciate you. Going on to the website, quarterly newsletter. The user testing is projected to begin in the next few weeks. We'll do user testing, and where we find areas on the new website where we're unable to really fix on the spot, we'll probably put pending construction for any areas that might have some conflict, broken links or something. But we'll do a quick check on that before go live, which should happen a couple weeks after that. The quarterly Condor Summer Edition is built to release on the new web, the first issue, and we're still looking at that with a huge amount of help from the Communications Committee. Lauren, Bella, and your team, thank you. Okay, moving on. Oh, and also, Candace was really the promoter of the quarterly newsletter. So thank you, Candace and Leilani, for really spearheading it. Some operations updates. I mean, usually I'm looking for cost savings. This month, I just want to make sure that we found a couple other things at the Greenway site that did not make it to the roto chopper, thank God.
Oh, my goodness.
It's a struggle to.
Could I get that tire?
Horrible to see that stuff. We just, we need to make sure we protect the roto chopper. That's a $300,000 device. We can't just throw anything away in the greenways. So, just members out there and everyone, just be aware. We got to protect our assets, and we got to be a little more, cooperative, and just not throw all your junk at the Greenway site, please. Ongoing update on the Timco street sweeper. So, although we have a sweeper that has a defect, and I've spent 6 months trying to find a lawyer that works on a contingency, that's rare. What I'm learning is that's extremely hard to find. That's not I guess a popular payment concept with lawyers to get their money on the back end, but we're a nonprofit. We struggle like any other organization. So talking to one attorney who is willing to do some contingency work, I'm just trying to understand all aspects if we go to court. So there's a fixed fee, there's a contingency percentage. There's a lot of factors that I'm learning on this purchase. There's consequential damages where we're incurring costs internally because of something that's not working. There's also punitive damages that could possibly be awarded. That's 1x to 5x, the claim that we're making. Total recovery could be very substantial. So I think our position, I would hope everyone would agree, I'm just pushing to be made whole. Anything above that, whatever. But the fact that the distributor that sold the device to us isn't taking accountability for the device that's not working properly. We have a videotape. We had him out on site, and he agrees. So, forcing us to send our sweeper to a dealership on our dime, it's a horrible situation. I think we have some options now as far as pursuing a claim to get reimbursed for the purchase of that item. And then we purchase the device that will work properly here, or a system that will work properly here. Okay, enough on the street sweeper. Fire plan update. Thanks again to the Kern Fire Safe Council. Working with Will Eustis, he's a project manager for Kern Fire Safe Council. He's been out at the post office a couple times doing community outreach, but he's completed our digital map. He has USFS, USDA, our field team, and we're pending the data from Kern Fire, the fire department, Kern County Fire Department, who's also done work in the area. The map will allow us to see all the previous work done, all the current work that's going on, and then projected work. And that'll help us understand, as the plan helps drive what we do for the community, it's necessary. If you do work in one area, it has to be revisited to maintain the area. So I think the map is going to be a great tool for us to understand what's going on, and it's going to help the stakeholders that are working under grants apply for future grants. On 4/3 and 4/17 this month, the Fire Safe Council conducted community outreach out at the post office. They're promoting the HIZ assessment, home ignition zone. Home ignition zone assessment. I had one done on my house. It's free. And it's really good. It explains everything about your property, all the hazards, and I have definitely applied the report that was given to me because I just had a mess. I don't do any of my lot clearance. I just pay somebody to do it, but I didn't fully understand, all the hazards. So what did they yield from the community outreach? They had 35 folks sign up the first iteration, and then 27 this past Friday. So that's good. That's improved hugely, I think, based on the previous outreach. Clubhouse. Okay. Clubhouse. I met with the EC committee, Mr. Ron Freeman sitting right here, and I had asked to be on the agenda, Kay's back there, and I asked the committee for assistance, in helping provide some oversight. And these are specific things, like where we're talking about materials and specs. The expertise from the committee will help us ensure that we're going to make the right choices. When it goes to contract, that's going to be imperative. I mean, that is really, I think that's the saving grace of a project that, if you're unsure how to control the funding, the spending, the contract is the key to control what's happening. And that's going to be the difficult part, ensuring that all elements are built into the contract. Any surveillance, quality checks, everything, workmanship guarantees, everything. So, but thank you, huge thanks to the EC committee. That's the first time I actually sat down and got to speak and meet the members, and the skill set is unbelievable. Civil engineer, architect, contractor. It's amazing, and I think it's an opportunity to have a joint collaborative effort on one of the hugest projects, obviously. So thanks again. After last Saturday's meeting, Sunday I met with Mr. Gwen Pugh just to discuss data. He gave me an explanation of kind of what transpired with the pool, the old pool, the new pool. It was good. It was good. I wasn't here. But also talked about, his willingness to collaborate with us, obviously with data, reports, testing, especially the structural engineer data, that if it's still valid, usable, we're not going to duplicate efforts. We're not going to spend money where it's already been spent, obviously. So that's the initial effort, to get access to the Dropbox or whatnot for all that data so that we can proceed beyond just the engineering step, structural engineering, checks, tests, whatever. Okay. Okay, pool update. Woo, all right. Okay, who wants the pool open? A bunch of people. We had to do an assessment. I've been talking to maintenance. There was an issue with the heater. We're also looking at the shower that seems to leak a lot because of the corrosion and not having a proper softener. So that's something. That's not a showstopper to open the pool. The spa has some filter issues, so we're looking into the filters. That's not a showstopper either. If we open the pool and the spa's not open initially, okay. On the heater, we were going into the mode of getting quotes to replace it. Possibly open it, replace the heater as we need to, and shut it down. But the heater, it ended up being an igniter, so it just needed some maintenance and servicing. So we're going to get some pool techs to do that. Next step, we'll meet this coming week. We're going to staff it out. We're going to make sure we have the staff and the plan, open, close, and should be coming up with an opening date soon. I hope to open it as soon as possible, pending a schedule to ensure that we have folks to open it. And opening entails a few things, uncovering it, checking the equipment, cleaning it, you know, so, but we'll get there, and, you know, very anxious to announce the opening date, just like everyone else. I've never used it either, but I'm anxious. Okay, safety update, OSHA training. We just did chainsaw training. I went out there on site to check out the training. Very good, very, very educational. It was completed last week, and that's a prelude to Greenbelt work. So if we haven't done any Greenbelt work with monies in the budget, we're gonna do it this year. There's a lot of deadfall. I saw it during the winter storm. On every road, I saw a lot of scary stuff. I've asked maintenance and Joe to team up, identify those areas that we internally can work. We'll add that, we'll be the local element added to our digital map. So we'll even have that layer of work being done internally. I think with the money allowable for that, besides removal of deadfall or hazards, obstacles, also looking at assisting or helping the lot clearance work that happens every June. If we can fund a vendor that has a truck and it has a loader or whatever, I'd love to do that. So far, I think I have a vendor selected. We'll get a couple other vendors and quotes, but if we can have a vendor on site, folks clear their lots, and this is for folks that, you know, cars, don't have a truck, you know, possibly, you know, single residences, you know, or single residents that don't have the ability to clean their, you know, quarter-acre lot or whatever. I would love to be able to come up with a plan, and so far I'm thinking if we can have folks clear their lot, push it to the road, we have contractors come pick it up, take it to a couple central locations, and they haul it off. Man, I think that would help get lot clearance done, because I think the ability to clear your lot, you know, individually, I've tried it. It's, you know, it's a lot of weed whacking, and it's hot, and so that's the plan. I'll solidify that, and we'll communicate it out as soon as we can kind of work out the numbers and vendor support. And that's it. CHP team, you know, they're out and about, you know, first month of April, they're focused on distracted driving. From now to the end of the month, it's speed enforcement. So be careful out there. And that's all I have. You know, I just want to thank everyone for your patience and cooperation. I mean, within a few weeks, I'll have a year done. And wow, you know, it's been a year. You know, lots of learning, lots of discovery. You know, I don't have a lot of history here. I've been here 3.5 years. You know, I love this place. I mean, it's beautiful. It's quiet at night. There's so many positive aspects of living here in this community. You know, there's so many interesting people, friendly folks, and a lot of the visitors and guests. I mean, I see a lot of visitors now. You know, it's exciting. The weather's great. You know, I look forward to the next steps and moving on from the budget approval process. You know, you know, I look forward to the outcome. Whatever the results and outcome end up being, I will help administer that best I can. Best I can. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Treasurer's report.
Okay, sound check, I guess it's working well today. The financials for March 31st, this is April, so we're staying on track with keeping things up to date. So we are finally caught up and staying there. George, have you put in your agenda packet, you have the summary of the detail? And then this is just a little excerpt to make it easier to understand some of the variables. But I know James came in when the budget for this current year was being worked on, and we reduced it then. And So the good news is, for the month of March, we're 78,000 better than budget, and for the year-to-date, we're 381,000 better than budget. And a lot of cultural changes as well as attention to this. So one of those, the better than budget for this month, is James finally got Axis Bank to send us the $10,000 they owed us for the past several months. So thank you, James. And the highlights that George just put up on the screen, there's really most everything for the month of March and year-to-date is doing better than budget significantly. And again, everybody has on the last page of their agenda, they have the details for this. This is just the summary of, I'd say, key variables. But, and really the items in red there, which are the only things that aren't better than budget, are pretty much the same as they were last month. Interest income, it was overstated when budgeted. Refuse and recycling, increased hauling and dump fees. All this taken into account going forward this year. Food and beverage, the ongoing decrease in beverage sales. Kind of a national, probably global, I'm not sure global, at least national situation. And foreclosed lots, which are really not budgeted ahead of time, but 381,210. Excuse me, our cash balance at March 31st for the operating fund, 1,140,857. And the reserve fund cash balance is 5,226,434. And actually the reserve use year to date, I wanted to point out, is only been 68,000, unchanged since December 25. And all usage is related to component expenditures approved in open session. So everything that it's been spent on has been in detail. And the members have got to hear about it in open session before it was spent. Our assessment receivables are $269,868, and that is a $65,000 increase from last year. Again, economy's tight. There's a lot of uncertainty out there, and these are all, we have secured interest on all these, even though the hope is with the new website, making it easier for members to maybe set up a recurring monthly payment on their assessment so that it's not a big surprise at year end. Hopefully we can find ways to make it easier, and I know some of the things James is looking at would also find ways to hopefully mitigate some of these fees that get charged. So, quick discussion on the IRS audit. Even though it seems there was some posting today on that publicly, this is meant to be confidential, as it should be. Exhibit A, I believe that's what we have up there, George. We received on August 4th, 2025, an IRS notice of examination. Unsolicited, came out of the blue. For the tax year ended June 30th, 23. And Exhibit B, it took a while because the agent was on furlough when the federal government was shut down. So there was a little pause. Letter notifying the association the IRS proposed to revoke PMCPOA's tax-exempt status as an organization described under Internal Revenue Code 501c7. And all this is getting a little bit misunderstood, I believe. We're still a not-for-profit. We were filing under a 501c7, which is self-designated. You put it on your 990 and you file it, and you are one until they tell you you're not, which usually is after you've been audited. So we were audited. I don't know why they decided to come out, or if just some normal rotation for homeowner associations. But do you have the Porter? If anybody saw the recent Adam Sterling from their monthly newsletter, they had a comment there, and they were highlighting that the gentleman's firm that we're using as a consultant on this is one of the recognized experts pretty much in the U.S. We checked with another CPA firm, and they said if they need to know about this, they go to him. So Gary Porter, whose firm actually used to audit Pine Mountain Club, he's very familiar with it, is an expert. And so when the IRS says, well, you know, they propose revoking 501c7, Gary Porter confirmed what I think we already knew. Because of architectural controls and roads that serve more than just recreational areas, we don't fit 501c7. Sure, everyone will go home and look that up later for themselves, but we weren't qualified, but it doesn't mean we're now no longer a not-for-profit corporation. Porter is pretty much an expert at getting associations, homeowner associations, qualified as 501c4s. For the nominal consulting fee, the annual savings could be significant. And if we don't qualify, then we're a Section 528, and he's also an expert in ensuring there's no unexpected surprises on converting to Internal Revenue Code 528. Most homeowner associations do file under that because they're not easily qualified as a 501c7, which we found out. But there's basically, at this point, the association is putting together a summary of what we currently do. Nothing would be changing. And his guidance basically says nothing would be much different because he has over 100 associations that are qualified as 501c4s, even those with gated communities. So this is not some strange anticipated change in how the Pine Mountain Club would operate at all. It's just an opportunity, which we'd be negligent to ignore, to potentially save $50,000 a year in taxes on investment income, and also a higher tax rate on non-exempt income. It shouldn't take that long, and hopefully he will be started on this. Should be resolved in the next month or so. But his retainer will take us all the way through any objections the IRS has. And again, we would be negligent not to look at this point. And the default mechanism is 528, which is what most homeowner associations are. And we would have higher tax on our investment income. But there's no version of this that is unmanageable. I don't know if that helps. But yeah, other than that, we are on track, and that's all I have for this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Motion to ratify the draft of the association's March 2020.
Sorry,
Yes.
I didn't mention that the Budget and Finance Committee was dark, and so we do not have their approval, and that's why the financials you'll see attached to your agenda have a draft stamp. So we'll be approving a draft,
Okay.
and that draft stamp will be removed next month when the Budget and Finance Committee completes their review for March and April. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so we are ratifying the draft of the association's March 2026 financials in accordance with Civil Code 5500 and 5501.
Second?
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor of approving the draft financials? All right, motion carries.
All right, the board received committee minutes from the following committees.
Excuse me. I also see that there's a motion to approve 26-27 budget.
Oh, that
Yes, at the top of
Is that the one that
meeting.
were
was amended.
canceled out? Got it.
Cancel it.
Right. I apologize.
That's okay. The board received minutes from Budget and Finance Committee for February 2026 and March 2026, and from the Election Committee from March 2026, Emergency Preparedness from February 2026, the Environmental Control Committee from January 2026 and March 2026, and from Governing Docs, March 2026, We are motioning to approve the Environmental Control Committee project recommendations for 4 projects.
Second.
Discussion?
Second.
I heard your second.
She asked for discussion.
Oh, discussion.
Oh, okay. Oh, it does sound similar, I understand. If there's no discussion, all those in favor? All right, motion carries.
Okay. And there were no cottage industry permits. There are none anymore. We'd never get them. Okay. Oh, here we go. The Board of Directors values and encourages member participation. This 25-minute members' open forum is for members to share thoughts, ideas, or concerns related to our community. Members wishing to speak are kindly asked to step up to the microphone, address the board chair, and state their name, tract, and lot number. Each member will have up to 5 minutes to speak. To help keep the space respectful and productive for all, we ask that comments be shared in a courteous manner, free from offensive or disruptive language. While the board might not respond immediately during the forum, all comments will be thoughtfully noted and referred to the appropriate staff or committee for follow-up as needed. Questions that cannot be fully addressed during the meeting and require additional follow-up may be submitted in writing or emailed to the recording secretary, and the question will be responded to within 15 calendar days upon receipt. In addition, the member's name, tract, and lot number must be included. Thank you for your continued engagement and care for our mountain community.
I don't think I've ever been first. All right. Good morning, everybody.
A little closer to the mic, maybe.
Yeah, I'm trying, but that's, sure. Is that better?
Yes.
Oh, good, thank you. It makes it a little bit harder to read my notes, but that's okay. Elizabeth Gilbert, Lot 3508-529. I'm speaking today as a member of the association and as the chair of the Governing Documents Committee. But I want to make it clear that the analysis I am presenting reflects my own findings, not a formal position. Relative to the Governing Docs Committee, and I'm speaking to an item that's on the agenda, the 8.06 resolution. At our April 4th public meeting, as outlined in our April minutes, Rule 3.05 and Bylaw 8.06 were discussed as a continuing action item. The outcome of this discussion was an assignment to Director R. Gates to simplify the language and return it to the committee for further review, not a motion to formalize and advance it. Let's be clear that the board has all the right to proceed with the Bylaw 8.06 resolution without formal Governing Documents Committee approval. This action, the resolution for Bylaw 8.06 taken today, is within the scope of the board's authority. What I am presenting today are the findings from my own subsequent research that I believe the board should have before it makes a final decision. On the April 4th meeting, in a public meeting, and from a guest comment, a statement was made that this bylaw was redundant in its proposed language. My original assessment of the bylaw was to look at the authority of the GM and the relationship with the chair to understand if we were changing that relationship in terms of staff management and resolution conflict. I hadn't considered about redundancy. That comment sent me back to the governing documents where I focused its basis on what I found is the basis for what I am sharing today, that this thing is fully redundant. In this, assessing all redundancy, assuring overall consistency, it's needed to assure all historical clarifications are considered. 5 of the 6 paragraphs in this proposal restate content that already exists in our governing documents and is already enforceable today. Policies and bylaws carry the same enforcement mechanisms. Moving something from policy into bylaw does not make it more enforceable. What it does is it makes it harder to correct. Any future inconsistencies between the new bylaw and existing policy would require going back to the membership to fix it rather than a simple board vote. That reduces our flexibility without adding protection. The proposal also creates a direct conflict with existing policy G9 on how GM direction is communicated. That conflict was not resolved before this resolution. Was placed on today's agenda. Because the bylaw would take precedence over policy, G9 would need to be amended to match. This is unfinished work that the membership would inherit. Director R. Gates and I have had a good deal of work together, and I did understand his intention. Getting this into the bylaws so that a future board cannot quietly undo it is a legitimate governance instinct. I am not dismissing that, but a permanent solution requires a correct document. This one is not there yet, and the process designed to get it there has not been completed. So I encourage you to take this amendment, not ratify it, or this resolution, not ratify it, send it back for the correct process. One other subject that came up in the discussion with the board via email, this conversation later today, is the suggestion that the Governing Documents Committee and its chair may be influenced by outside voices rather than reaching independent conclusions. I want to address this directly. Listening to members, gathering input from people with a relevant experience, and weighing different perspectives is not a vulnerability in the governance process. It is part of how good decisions get made. The committee's job is to take in information, weigh it against the documents, and reach independent conclusions. That is exactly what's happening here. The findings stand on their own, and anyone can verify them the same way I've done. Suggesting otherwise, without engaging the actual findings, does not strengthen overall governance. It undermines the confidence in the committee process that serves every member in this association. So my request is do not ratify this resolution, send it back and get it right. Then, if it's deemed important enough, have a special election or wait till the next election cycle and get it ratified. That allows the process to take its due course. If this is ratified, perhaps the members can speak up themselves and simply not ratify the bylaw updates in the upcoming ballot process, because we still have that right. I believe ultimately we need to have the bylaws reviewed by our attorneys and updated to current standards. Hone this as the committees and as our board, then let the members ratify that. It would assure that the bylaws meet all current association standards and set the foundation for all of our other policies and rules. It would make it a lot easier to manage governing documents. Patching the bylaws just makes them harder to use. Thank you very much for letting me tell you about this.
Good morning. Finn Migan, 3566362. Chair, Board of Directors. There are times when various government agencies won't approve something. An example is if I get an FAA variance to fly a helicopter 2 feet off the ground down the highway, the state or the county will also not issue a permit. The same with Fish and Wildlife. They will not approve a PMC POA procedure. Fish and Wildlife would not take a report from patrol, so we needed to change that. We needed them to change their procedure. To do that, I have to take a different approach. I contacted Captain Danny Stevenson, California Fish and Wildlife Law Enforcement Division. He liked the idea. Next step was to find out what they required, then get the procedure written and accepted. I worked with the general manager to make sure it fit PMC POA's requirements and Fish and Wildlife. Fish and Wildlife won't approve our procedure. So I sent it to the captain asking if he had any changes or additions. He made one addition. I made that change, and we can now have patrol report. That is as close as you're going to get to an approval. I sent the final version to the GM, who told me patrol was revising it. Strange. She's had it for 2 months. Why now make the changes? Sorry. sent an email to Patrice that we should not change the items since they were accepted by Fish and Wildlife. She replied, no changes. It was also strange because James has told me that she was arising. I get the bear agenda, the bear committee agenda. Item number 2 is GM James Williams' summary of acceptance of NM's bear procedures. From that, I thought James would approve it. The morning of the bear meeting around 4 a.m., I sent an email to James asking him to send me any changes. I heard nothing back. James is usually very good at getting back to me. This was odd. 5 p.m., bear meeting. James gives us a copy of his revised procedures. He could have shown me that before the meeting so I could review them. After all, I'm the author of the procedure. I read them, and based on my communication with Fish and Wildlife, they would not be acceptable. One item James has taken out was name, address, and phone number of the victim. The reason to have that is so Fish and Wildlife can call them if they have any questions, or they may ask to put up a trap. With the Bear Committee, you don't have a debate, you have an argument. I was told that I would not get everything I want. It's not what I want, it's what Fish and Wildlife wanted. James told me some don't like to give out the information. Imagine calling the police to report a burglary, and you will not give out your name and address and phone number? That's ridiculous. Is this how the board wants PMC POA to work? Since I have good communication with Fish and Wildlife, you would think the Bear Committee or the board would like to have a conversation with me. Gets the usual information that could help members. Only one director, Director Bailey, thank you, has taken the time. It was a very positive and productive meeting. However, Bailey is only one person. He cannot change things without other directors getting on with the project. One Bear Committee member wrote me on Facebook and said, should meet me for coffee. Great, what time and where? I posted that 3 times, no reply. As they say in Texas, all hat, no cattle. The board liaison to the Bear Committee has twice told me she is not interested in meeting. The board chair has told me she is not interested in meeting. I know I've been critical of the board, and that may be why you don't want to meet. In my business, I always met with people who did not agree with me. It's good policy. Is this how you want PMC to work? If you're critical, we don't want to talk to you. Apparently it is. I hear it all the time. Being a director is hard work. There's no appreciation for what we do. I have a suggestion. Communicate with the members. You tell us you don't want to talk to us, and then you wonder why we don't appreciate what you're doing. Here's what I'm going to do. Unless something changes, Monday, May 5th, 2 weeks from now, I will inform Fish and Wildlife Captain that I was unable to close the deal with PMC POA, so we have no deal. You will not be happy. You worked hard to change their procedure to accommodate PMC. It probably will have a negative impact on the service we get. 2 weeks gets you plenty of time to say, let's talk. Let's have a production meeting. It is a shame it has come to this. It would be good for everybody, the members, patrol, Fish and Wildlife, even the board. I don't understand why you would post something that's good for everybody. I suggest directors read CC.
We're beyond time, Finn. I apologize.
I'm done. I suggest all directors read CCNR 3.1.
Emma Costa, 3402-217. I want to address a subject I believe is very important to the safety of this building and the employees and members in it. At the last board meeting, we were told that a handyman is being hired to do electrical and plumbing. I assume that's to save money since a licensed electrician would be more expensive. Not only do we need a licensed electrician to do even minor changes, the boards have been told that the electrical system needs to be replaced, not band-aided as it has been done for almost 55 years. The electrical panel is obsolete and replacement parts no longer exist. A few years ago, when we were having the lounge bar refurbished, the licensed electrician was electrocuted by a live 220 wire that had been left open under the bar. To save money, this was due to a non-licensed individuals being used for many years to make electrical changes. She told us she would never work for the club until the electrical system is replaced. The pattern of using unqualified people to do very important electrical work has been done for almost 55 years, and I just would ask you to only have currently licensed electrical people do anything that's electric. Thank you.
Alicia Canton, 3507-131 and 130. I want to talk about our association tax exempt status. And I had the opportunity to go through videotapes and the history on what we've been told. Usually the story comes from the chairman to the treasurer in different years. Back in 2023, Bill Lewis portrayed himself as a victim of criticism of dissenting voices while assuring us that our tax-exempt status was perfectly safe. He claimed the IRS had reconfirmed our status and insisted that our accounting was flawless. His words were clearly intended to pacify the community and stop us from asking questions. Yet, in 2025, we learned the truth. The IRS had been conducting an audit for the year 2023, the very year we were told everything was fine. Ultimately, as you share today, the IRS is proposing to revoke the 501(c) status. However, our treasurer says that we didn't lose nonprofit status. I'm confused. We were just using the wrong one. Now let's face reality. The 501(c), you yourself accept that it's the wrong one. So we've been lied all throughout by Bill Lewis BOD board, the ones that say that they know better than the members.
Point of order.
Yeah.
I don't believe that attacking a member of the community is part of what our opening
taking my
statement
time.
is. So I believe that what's happening right now is
Yes,
unjustified.
if you could continue without personal remarks being
Okay.
made and accusations as well.
Okay. Bill Lewis was the chairman. Yes. Everybody knows about that. So we also been told by a treasurer, previous treasurer, that the post office building, we didn't have to vote. And literally, we were lied to because the second chairwoman told us that the PMCPOA went against the law and they bought the building without our consent. So here we are again. My experience has taught me a painful lesson. When the people in these three center seats speak, we have to double check everything that is being told. We are living in a historical war times at national, state, and local level where public trust has been eroded. People are exhausted by lies upon lies with no resolution. We are wary of watching those in charge use our hard-earned money, the money we pay for our homes, our families, our community, without transparent accountability. Therefore, I'm here just to voice frustration. I'm here to demand answers on behalf of everyone. What was the specific official findings of the IRS that led to the revocation or proposal of revocation? Please provide more correspondence. Is there an ongoing audit or not? And for which years? Who made the initial error in filing under the wrong status? And why did the perfect accounting not catch it? What is the concrete step-by-step plan and timeline to secure a new status? And what are the financial risks to us in the interim? We deserve direct answers, and the community has to be involved. I also heard the treasurer promise a town hall meeting so the community can know the difference between a 501(c) and a 528. The risk, we are the ones holding the bag, and we are the ones who have to pay for the mistakes or non-mistakes that previous administrations have done.
I would like to quickly reiterate something that it's okay, you can, I just want to reiterate something that the treasurer already stated before to provide some clarity. This is if you recall, he mentioned that until an audit, it's pretty much yeah, if you could please state that for me. He'll say it better than I will.
Essentially, on a Form 990, which is the tax return we file, you self-designate. You say we're filing as a 501c7, and you are one until they actually come out and audit you. They didn't know we had roads that anybody could use and aren't related to recreation. They didn't know we had environmental codes that we enforce. Those are two very clear items in the revenue ruling that says you're not a 501c7. The reason this was being looked at before the audit actually came up is because you prefer to be ahead of the IRS instead of reacting to the IRS, because it was already very clear to me that we weren't a good fit. And the auditor came in after his long furlough. He concluded his audit and he said, revoke your 501c7 status, which after consulting with Gary Porter, who is an expert and a consultant in these matters, we can confirm it's the right answer. Everything's deductible until the IRS audits you. This was not a financial issue. This was just, do you meet the qualifications of our Internal Revenue Code? No, we don't. Not a 501c7. But you self-designate. So we're in the process of preparing to hopefully move to a 501c4 if possible and save some money. And if not, we're prepared to intelligently file as a 528 and be done with this whole thing. So it isn't, there's no outcome I see that leaves us holding the bag. And we're being very diligent and not ignoring a very large possible opportunity to save maybe $50,000 a year after year after year. So is that okay? Sorry. Thank you, Mayor.
My name is Raymond Bridgers. Number is 3566427. I was a little bit late, so I came in halfway through
Mike
Cole's statement.
Raymond?
Mike Raymond.
Just a little closer, please.
How's that? Better?
Yeah, as close as you can get.
Oh, okay.
Still online.
I was a little bit late, so Nicole was talking about the election procedures in her report when I came in, and you may have dealt with this, and if you did, I apologize for taking up the extra time. Are we going to have an opportunity are you going to, I know we can't post anything on the website now, but can the association send out an email with PDFs of the candidate statements before we have the question and answer periods.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it's like usually, like you go on the website now, what's there, you see the 2025 candidate statements. And they used to post those every year before we did the candidate meet and greets.
I see your point.
And so it's hard, especially this year. I recognize some of the names, but half the names are new people. I have no idea who they are. And I don't want to come to a meet and greet without having some background on all the candidates and where they stand on things. So I'm hoping that that can be done and sent out.
I'll let Madison respond.
I mean, I don't know exactly, but once we approve the election packet, can we?
Yeah, we're approving the election packet today, which is
Oh,
why that information had not been previously available. It would not have been posted until the board approved the
Gotcha.
election packet. So I will follow up on that to,
We'll find out right away. On Monday, I'm assuming once we approve it, then it's official to some degree on the back end, and then we'll find out about posting it immediately.
Okay, that'd be
Okay.
great.
thank you, and we'll include it on email as well.
Good morning. My name is Teresa Mamana, Lot 3402-518-3 and 3042-519. I want to talk today about something that affects every person in this room, the value of your home, your tax liability, and the future of the community you chose to be a part of. Let's start with the basic fact. The IRS does not call up a private association and suggest it reconsider its tax status. That's not how the IRS works. A 501c7 classification that has served this association for 55 years does not come under the question on its own. For this process to be in motion, someone had to initiate that contact. So I'm asking on the record today who authorized that contract, when, and in what form? A letter, a filing, a phone call? Was there a board vote before the outreach? And if so, where are the minutes? Were members notified before this was ever set in motion? If this has been handled with the transparency this membership deserves, every one of those answers should be in front of you right now. Now let's look at the budget, because the full picture tells the story. We're being asked to accept that a 186 reduction in annual assessments, okay? On the surface, that sounds like good news. I mean, who doesn't want to save money? When it actually does, that is roughly $560,000 from this association's annual revenue, while expenses drop nowhere near that amount. The result is a structural deficit. And when you have a deficit, you cut. Pro shop budget down 51%. Food and beverage down 35%. Post office down 44%. Equestrian center down 46%. These aren't routine adjustments. These are cuts that make those departments financially unattainable and position them for a new revenue model. Here's what the model likely requires and what no one has said out loud. To qualify for a 501c4 status, what the IRS calls a social welfare organization, this association would almost certainly be required to open its amenities to the general public, not as a policy choice, as a legal condition of qualification. IRS Revenue Ruling 80-63 states directly that homeowners association restricting its recreational facilities to members only will not qualify for a 501c4 status. So, if this conversion moves forward, opening the golf course, the equestrian center, the pool, the clubhouse to outside users isn't a side effect. It may very well be a requirement. There's a second risk that demands expert evaluation. Treasury Regulation 1.337D-4 governs what can happen when an organization seeks a change in tax-exempt status. Tax professionals who work specifically in association law have identified this as one of the most consequential and most dangerous provisions in this area. Depending on how a conversion is structured, it has the potential to trigger a recognition event on the full fair market value of this association's asset, common property, the golf course, the equestrian center. And because many of those assets carry little to no recorded tax basis, the taxable gain could approach their full market value. That tax obligation would not fall on a board member. It would fall on every property owner in this community. Whether this regulation applies to our specific situation is precisely the kind of question that requires independent, qualified tax counsel, not board-directed attorneys, not internal interpretation, but a specialist who answers to this membership, not to this board. I am formally requesting on record today that no further action be taken on any tax status change until independent counsel selected by and reporting to this membership has reviewed every option and delivered a written opinion to every property owner, and that this membership has a proper opportunity to vote before anything moves forward. We did not buy property here to have this community restructured around us without our knowledge or consent. We deserve answers, we deserve transparency, and we deserve the right to decide. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to take the opportunity to respond to a few, if not all, of the statements you've made, starting with this concept that's circulating that this was a board decision, implying there's a conspiracy here that board members somehow met secretly because we personally wish to change the tax status of the association for our own benefit, our own personal. I can't even imagine why we would want that to begin with. It's a whole lot of work. Our treasurer himself was the one who had to navigating the audit process, and it is an incredible amount to deal with, first off. So for clarity, no one sitting here on this end of the room is responsible for triggering this audit. This was discussed in the membership years ago. There were members complaining that we did not fit that tax status. It is more probable that it was communicated outside of the board. Well, it was absolutely not communicated by board members. So I suggest being more open-minded about the process and considering all of the avenues that could have been used for communication that raised this red flag for the IRS. Secondly, when it comes to amenities being open to the public, first of all, to take away a concern that I personally had, the pool is not included in the requirement to be open to the public for health and safety risks, so members may rest assured. Second to that, our amenities are already open to the public, and this is not a marketing campaign. This is a change in tax filing. There's not a notice sent out to the wider public that our tax filing status is now different. The same amount of golfers will most likely come to our golf course. The same amount of hikers will probably hike our trails. As you can see, I could go on and on. This is not a call to invite the public into our community. As far as asking for an independent qualified tax professional, that is who we have contracted with for the purposes of protecting the association and our members from any potential consequences as a result of changing this tax status. As far as taxable gain is implied, we are not changing from a taxable corporation to a non-profit sorry, not taxable, we are not changing from a for-profit to a nonprofit corporation. We are changing from one nonprofit code to another nonprofit code. And that does not imply the risk that you described. I'll let the treasurer now chime in.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that to our attention. Number one, the IRS is so underfunded and overworked. I'm surprised I don't believe there was any red flag. If you look at the notice that we showed earlier, it was basically, this was an audit to verify our filing status, a not-for-profit, a nonprofit status. It didn't say you have a deduction that we don't recognize. There was nothing cited in the August 4th, 25 notice of audit other than we want to verify you're qualified to file as a 501c7, which, as I indicated, most associations can't qualify for if they have environmental codes or roads that don't service just recreational facilities. So it seems like there was a lot of assumptions there. As far as, I just mentioned the $381,000 surplus that we have so far for the 9 months. There was a discussion on the reduction in the assessment. And I wish I had this where you could see it. We've been running surpluses for years. 219, 438, 220, 469, 221, 296. Total of $2.456 million of surpluses since 2017. This association has been budgeting conservatively and had surpluses. The problem is most of these have gone into building funds or reserve funds that have been used for, let's say, the 3 through 6 project that we've discussed, where $700,000 has been spent and gone. $450,000 of that is our reserves that the members had to then replace out of their own pocket. So the assumption that, so basically, it's hard to convey this verbally for you though, but when you look at our assessment history over the past 10 years, buried in there are capital additions and reserves used, like the pool, was almost $950,000 of reserves for something in the reserve for $204,000. When you use excessive reserves for things without taking proper approval, those get paid for by the members. But basically, that practice is stopped. You can't take budget surpluses and do anything with them anymore other than take credit your next year's assessment. So if you have these $2.4 million in surpluses under the current bylaws, which has already been ratified, the carry forward bylaw, you're just going to get a reduction in next year's assessment. And my guess is even with this current year budget, we're going to have a surplus that will reduce your next year's assessment. But buried in our history of assessments is a lot of budget surpluses that went to other purposes other than just operating this association. So I don't know if that covered them all, but I agree, nothing under this 501c4, after talking with Gary Porter, our consultant who is already retained and already working on this for tax purposes, as you suggested, and as I think I also mentioned, the one most CPA firms go to because of his specialty. He's saying, no, you don't need to change anything. Let's just present how things function right now to the IRS. He's already familiar with this, and he's comfortable that we could qualify. And we'd be foolish not to try. But this 501c7, why someone has made an assumption that this is a calculated decision, had it been done on the board's authority, they would have presented it and said, we've done our research, we don't think we're qualified, and then we'd say, well, let's get a specialist and verify that. Again, I don't know how someone would call the IRS and tell them to come out and audit us. That would be interesting. But so it's an assumption, and it's completely false, because in August 4th, we got a notice, and we had an IRS auditor assigned, and it was only to verify our status. I believe in earlier years, there was a bit of a campaign to question that, but maybe from '23, they were finally getting caught up in their paperwork. I don't know, but it sure didn't happen at my hands. Thank you.
Carolyn Gilbert, 350-8530. I just want to say that I agree with Teresa, but I also think that because this affects all of the members should be able to hear what Mr. Porter or whoever the accountant is that says. This is going to really affect our members. It's going to affect the members' dollars, and it's going to affect how this community gets run when we change it from a 501c7 to a 504, which also radically works with the amendments, and to put it into the 528 also will be conflicting. So I don't, this is my members' forum.
I just have a question.
This is my communication to you that I think that the members, as this board is really involved in letting the members vote and being part of hearing everything, even if we don't vote on it, at least we're hearing it from the horse's mouth versus hearing it first, second, or third party.
So I can better understand, will you please let me know how it will affect our community and the members' pocket as
Well,
you're...
first of all, we're not a nonprofit, we're a not-for-profit. So if you're not familiar with that, I'd suggest that you look that up. I don't have the time, we don't have time, we don't want to be here till 1 o'clock.
So there's
I
no
do
clear...
I beg your pardon?
I'm struggling to understand the argument that it's
there's a
going to
big- there's
impact the
big
community and the pocket of members. So I'm trying to gain clarity on that so that I can incorporate it into the discussion.
You might want to go into the Davis Sterling's and into the IRS laws and read it because it's very depth. But the point of the matter is that there is a difference between the taxes and how how our community is run on a 501c7 versus a 504. It also can affect how amenities and other items are affected and what rules and other items that are changed. I'm being caught a little off guard, so I'm struggling to pull everything out of my memory. But I would just recommend that as we've given you some ideas, you take this back and you do some real digging, because there's a huge difference between those three IRS
categories,
we call them, and there's a huge difference between a nonprofit and a
Not-for-profit.
nonprofit.
Not-for-profit. Yes.
Correct.
Yes, thank you.
Just want to clarify very quickly, Carolyn. 501c7 is not an option. We have been told by our IRS we cannot file as a 501c7. So let's just focus on the two options the agent gave the association, Section 528, 501c4. So it's not a discussion item on that, and again, we've been transparent, which is, we keep going through this. At the same time, we can't have the entire community talking to our consultant while we deal with this, but I guarantee anything that is done or any final conclusions will be well documented and presented. This is not something that isn't being examined thoroughly and very carefully. So I promise you, you will be kept apprised.
You've already been on there one time?
She's asked me if she can speak again, and I don't. As everyone in this room knows, I don't like silencing people.
No, I just want to support Carolyn and Randall, because what I want to know, and what I think Teresa was saying, is that the members deserve to see the real content of this discussion and not a secondhand interpretation. And so if that's Randall's intention, then I think that you've addressed it. So I just want to make sure that there's transparency in the fact that we get to see the original documentation, that we get to understand what the consultant came up with, and that we get to see the motivations behind those decisions so that it's not rumor-driven. Thank you.
Thank you. And I hear that is much easier for me to comprehend than the concept that this is going to impact our community and the pockets of members. That does not make sense to me. But if what everyone is concerned with is additional transparency, we'll make it our goal to provide that to the greatest possible ability we have. There's nothing this board of directors is hiding. There's nothing I am hiding. There's nothing our treasurer is hiding. Our general manager and accounting manager are not hiding anything. They, in fact, are working. I'm not sure if someone in the audience just laughed at that, but I don't find that appropriate or respectful at all. These are people doing their job to be of service, and the level of speculation going on is incredibly unhelpful. So what I've heard that I can act on is that members are simply looking for validation, clarification, transparency. I myself am from the membership. We all have experienced the recent past where there was a great deal of a lack. If you can have a great deal of a lack, we had a lack of transparency. So I understand we all have that historical experience, and it's now being brought into the present. And, you know, I will address it. We will do our best to continually confirm that those accusations are unfounded. That is the best we can do.
And what I can do is I'll ask Gary Porter if he will allow public dissemination of his proposal letter to us, and we can post it to you. It goes into detail. Isn't that complicated? We've retained him. He's working. Leilani and others are working on supplying the information, so what goes to the IRS the first time is complete and accurate. So, well, I'm sorry, Carolyn, you want me to hurry it up? No. Okay, sorry. Okay, thank you. All right, again, that's a good, simple question. We have a simple answer. It's something I can do, and I imagine he'll be happy to share his experience and allow it to be disseminated. And again, I'm sorry we didn't have the image from Adam Sterling's newsletter where he's highlighted as basically an industry expert for associations. So I don't think we could find anybody more qualified to get us through the situation. But we cannot be a 501c7. That's not a discussion item. It's gone. We do not qualify. Thank you.
Chair, if I might say something?
Yes.
I would like it for the members who are in the audience to not converse back and forth between each other. It disturbs the other members who are here and are trying to listen to what is being said and being done here. So if you can do me a favor and be respectful for them and be respectful to this board, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
I agree, and in fact, I got numerous complaints from audience members visiting during our budget review last month. I was only aware of certain disruptions because if they're loud enough to be heard from over here, they're quite loud, but I was informed that there was constant interference in the audience, constant disruption, and I do appreciate and second what Sean has asked. Let's proceed.
Okie dokie. There is no old business, but there's new business. Director Randall Gates.
Since you asked. Yeah, Director Randall Gates, move the adoption of the following resolution, Resolution 010418, 2026, to amend Bylaw 8.06, duties of the chair. Whereas Bylaw 8.06, duties of the chair, currently lacks essential information regarding the policies that govern the relationship between the board and PMC POA management. Accordingly, clarification is required to ensure current and future directors and PMC POA members understand the requirements and limitations of the board chair's duties. Critically important to clarify for directors and PMC POA members is that the board chair cannot act unilaterally, but is responsible for conveying policy decisions of the board as a body. Equally critical to clarify is that board chair does not have the authority to execute contracts on behalf of the PMC POA unless such contracts have been approved in open session of the board and the board chair has been specifically authorized by vote of the board to execute a specific contract. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Directors approve Resolution 0104-1826 to amend bylaw 8.06, duties of the chair as submitted. And
Second.
I'd like to make my comments before we go to discussion. And I'll start with Elizabeth Gilbert, who's been a great chair of Governing Docs, and her comments earlier. She and I discussed this after the Governing Docs meeting, and that if this resolution isn't, if this amendment isn't finalized in this board meeting, it doesn't go into member vote in June. And I consider this important. I appreciate at that time we discussed and that it would go to the agenda and how it should, and that there was a rule change combined in the discussion, and that would be tabled to the next month because it wasn't as time sensitive. So this wasn't done unilaterally. This was done with discussion, and then basically last night we had some other discussions on redundancy, which I'd like to address. But first I want to walk through this very quickly. And one thing you may have noticed, we approve everything in open session. There are no contracts, no matter how small, that are not presented to this membership for discussion. And that's one of the, and if we look at phase 1 and 2 and phase 3 through 6, we had $996,000 in contracts in phase 1 and 2 that were not approved in open session. There was no ability for the members to hear and to know who voted for what and what the discussion was. And technically, we're lucky because those contracts weren't approved properly, but the recipient of the contract wouldn't know that, so they're probably enforceable. But $996,000, phase 1 and 2, and phase of the $700,000, $290,000 were not presented or approved in open session. So I'm trying to establish something that belongs in a bylaw, not in a rule. Most people, I mean, a policy that can't even be seen by the members. This is important, which is why when Elizabeth Gilbert and I discussed this via email, I said, well, let's, instead of revoking this amendment, let's have a discussion and open on what's in it and see whether we want to revoke it or pass it anyhow. Sorry. All right, back to my, there we go, sorry. Excuse me. I got 2 pages stuck together. Things happen sometimes. Laws of physics. The main point here is that a chair represents the board, the body of the board, and that this idea of unilateral action, signing a contract for $182,000, for example, on phase 3 through 6, that needs to be an open session. That was signed in August of 22, and there was no basis for, again, if it's not done in open session, we don't know what was discussed, why it was approved. But that was a big contract. The first change, we also have cases that I can't go into right now where the general manager is reported directly to the chair, and the chair has been able to give instructions without necessarily having the board's concurrence or deviating from what the board had established, like on the Askin building. If there's a policy issue, it needs to be brought before the board needs to talk about it, and then the policy changed. But there should be no unilateral communications where a general manager just does what they're told. And there's been a misconception of that, I believe, not only at the board level, but in the membership level of the community. And so I think this is important to clarify. These are policies that need to be in bylaws where they can be seen and not changed randomly. I've already discussed, the addition here is the board chair does not have the authority to execute contracts on behalf of the association, period. It really puts us in a legal situation because they're not formally approved according to law. And there was also confusion on the last paragraph here in red, which is changed, does not have unilateral authority to refuse placement of a director-submitted item on a properly noticed agenda. This somewhat relates to a discussion on what goes through governing docs and what doesn't. We don't want to be in a censorship role. It doesn't work well. So if some director needs to speak, they need to be given the time to speak. At the same time, we don't want to go off on long tangents if this thing, if whatever's being proposed can't be practically executed. So it's challenging here. In the past, there was an assumption that two directors could bypass the procedure and get something on an agenda. I think this time it was put in for discussion because when it shows up as a resolution, I understand the members assume it's already been vetted and everybody agrees it's something that needs to be done. And in many cases, resolutions should show up where we don't all agree and we have a vigorous discussion and open session why we don't like them. I mean, being transparency is not always pretty, but censorship is worse. So this proposed resolution to bylaw 8.06 with the chair's concurrence was meant to clarify policies and put them all in one place so there's absolutely no confusion as to what this relationship is. Thank you.
I would also like to address something before we open up to discussion related to Elizabeth's comments. I do not see this bylaw in conflict with our existing G9 policy that routes direction to the GM through the chair. This proposal, in her words, routes it through the board as a body. But if you read the language, it says as communicated through the board chair. There is no difference. Furthermore, I don't believe that because these items are scattered here and there in existing policies, that this is a redundant move. In fact, I believe it brings greater clarity, puts everything all in one place, and in a way that is protected from a simple majority of a future board making changes to it. I am chair of this board and I support managing the chair's role in a responsible way that does not impede on the rights, the equal rights of all directors. The chair is a facilitator. The chair has a role that is different than different officers, but it is not a one-person level of authority, nor should it be. This has been misunderstood. It's been miscommunicated by previous board chairs who use the term boss of our GM. That is simply not accurate, even by our existing governing docs. The chair speaks, the board rather, acts as a body, and the chair delivers that information to the GM. It is not a unilateral decision-making position, nor should it be, and the membership should be wary of anyone who argues otherwise. Discussion.
Here.
I believe that the members have a right to have as much transparency with a board as with the board chair. If you sit there and allow the chairperson to make decisions on their own, that could really cause a real conflict with not only the board, but also with the community at large. You know, for me to see a chairperson wanting to maybe sign a contract without giving a proper notification in open is criminal, and it should be treated as such. If someone decides that they have more authority than me as being a board member, they're sadly mistaken. I will speak up every single time, and I will push back, whether it be the chair, the vice chair, the treasurer, or the secretary. They have their obligations that are higher, elevated than what I do on a day-to-day basis, but when it comes down to it, they have to convey their findings with the board as a whole so we can discuss it, and then we can make a judgment call. It might not be what they like, it might not be what I like, but at least the 8 of us, or 9, will have an opportunity to speak and to have a vote on it, and then the members get the opportunity to vote on these resolutions as well. Full transparency is what we're asking for and desiring, and what we demand of this board, and we expect the residents to enjoy that for the first time, and maybe they've seen since they've lived up here. I don't know. But this is where we are, this is where I am, and if there's a conflict with the policy, then we can change the policy. But let the members vote on this first. Let's make sure if this passes, then we can go to the next step and change the policy so there is no conflict and there is no redundancy. Thank you.
Any additional discussion from directors? Doug?
This resolution diminishes the perceived power of the chairman. It defines it. It brings the spending of money into the open. I can't see why. It may be redundant. I'd rather have a redundant system than a non-existing system. There's always been this assumption that the chair can act unilaterally. This clearly defines the power of the chair. It clearly defines the ability of the chair to suppress congruent or dissenting opinions by allowing them to put their agendas on the board. The past board, and I still can't believe this happened, Mark Bailey had issues regarding the fiduciary duties of the board. And it clearly states, if a board member is brought to their attention of a possible breach of the fiduciary duty, it is your duty as a fiduciary to investigate it. This board listened to him for 2 minutes, and all of you get more than 2 minutes. And after 2 minutes, they went in recess and left as one, and it was comedic theater, and this addresses that too. You know, when we have issues here, we extend the time for people to speak. It's 25 minutes. The past boards didn't allow that. They did everything they could to suppress dissonant voices. You may not like this board, but it lets your voice be heard. Thank you.
Randall and Madison. Randall and Madison.
I just wanted to clarify, because I did mention the contracts that I reviewed about, I think actually a year ago, that the county manager and I put together on the issues on phase 1 and 2 and 3 through 6. And again, this just comes down to open session and what is envisioned when it isn't an open session. 996,000 contracts executed, only in executive. I don't know if they're all signed by the chair. They might have been signed by the GM. When it's not an open session, we don't have the vote of the individual directors on record. or the topic, or the cost, or the source of funding, where it can be openly addressed and discussed by the directors and the members. I mean, that is just intolerable. And open session, if it's not an open session, I mean, then 290,000 of 3 through 6. I mean, that's, so, again, this is a way to conduct ourselves moving forward, and it means longer board meetings probably, but the members will, Doug was just saying, you're going to have a choice to hear, not just find out that something was done. You're going to have a chance to hear about it before it's executed. Thank you.
Okay, this might be kind of random, but it feels important to me. In my experience so far, and I don't know how other boards operated, but we've been a very open board, and so when we get emails from members, we share them all together, and we work together responding to people. But there have been some members who do try to circumvent all of us, and they will try to go directly to the chair with their, whatever is important to them. And I think, I mean, I understand, like, the purpose of that. Or if they have an issue with another director and they try to go straight to the chair, go around that director. And I think this will be an important way to clarify that, and then to make sure that members are understanding that we do all work together, and that isn't kind of a proper way to go about it to get your need met, to go straight to the chair. So that's why I appreciate this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? All right, members?
I love this conversation. It's actually kind of fun. Just to make clear that you are a transparent board. I'm not taking I'm not taking a position on transparency, whether it's this board or a past board or whatever. My position is that this thing isn't written as a clarifying statement, and it is in conflict with some of our other stuff, and it's directly quoting other material, but when you read it, it isn't that clear, all the things he just said. And so on that line, I think the actual content that needed to be included in it could have been written much more briefly and more clearly. And I think in the future, people will struggle with interpreting this document. So I'm just going to put that out there. I also want to strongly encourage that one of the comments that was made here is that the members don't have visibility to policy. That's just ridiculous. The policy should be on the website, it should be visible to all members, and then they know the broader implications of our enforcement with the board. It hides so many important details about how the board runs, and then we don't understand why they don't get complied with, because none of us, I have access to them on the governing documents chair, but the members need access to all this information, and why they don't, I don't understand that. And if they had access to the policy, they would have already known this, because it's there. So the last thing is the comment made about the board enforcing this kind of stuff. You've already had those rights. The other boards had those rights. You could have stood up, and if you were on that board, and said, this isn't meeting the guidelines of our governing documents, but you don't. And adding additional rules to the bylaws, thinking that the board will be braver or smarter about the rules, isn't necessarily going to be that effective. You have to educate the members, you have to educate the board when they join this thing to understand these are the rules and the implications of the rules. And if you don't yourself stand up when the time comes to enforce them, no matter how many times it's written in our governing documents, it won't matter. Thank you.
Thank you. About the business policies, that is something previous Chair Bennett was already spearheading on making publicly available, and we are still working to do that. They will be made publicly available. I can't imagine a single one that should be excluded, but we will run that by legal ahead of time to verify, and that information will be provided to members.
I have a couple issues with this. One has to do with contracts and one has to do with HR.
Can you speak into the mic a little bit?
I am. Is that better?
Probably, just for...
Closer to the mic's better.
Is that better? Okay. My issues are with contracts, and I may misunderstand, but I don't want a long explanation. I don't want a long explanation or any comment, actually. You don't have to comment at all. And HR and the relationship between individual board members and employees. And I think it's real clear that individual board members are not supposed to get involved with employees' jobs. They can act with the employee's normal duties, like asking a server to get you another napkin, something like that. But to get involved, it's inappropriate. To me, it's inappropriate, and it's stated in Davis Sterling, it's limited. What?
Point of order?
Yeah.
Point of order?
No,
Okay.
that's on this resolution.
Point of order.
Oh.
I'm trying to understand how the relationship between a board member and working with a employee has to do with this particular bylaw.
I agree, I don't
Resolution.
think
I
it's
don't understand.
Let me explain what I'm saying. The chairman supervises the GM and is the GM's boss, and the board is not the boss of the GM.
We are disagreeing with you.
Okay, well, okay, then that's okay. I don't even want any comments.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
But the board is not the GM is the boss, and it's in documents. It's in our
Yes,
documents.
the GM is the one who manages employees, and individual directors do not, including the chair. And the chair,
Yes, right. The individual board members are not supposed to manage any employees.
correct,
Okay, the GM does.
yes,
And the chair is the boss of the GM.
no,
Yes,
I disagree.
thank you.
You got
Okay,
it.
let me go on. I don't believe that, and I'm not sure if the resolution actually specifies this, but it sounds like generally it does. I don't believe individual board members should get involved in HR problems, meaning if the chair has to make a decision with the GM to do something that's an HR problem, like firing somebody. Because in my opinion, the chair can be involved with the GM in discussing firing somebody because they've done something. And I don't believe, unless there's a specific reason why any board member would ever get involved in voting on that. That's my opinion in the way I read the rules of what board members are not supposed to do. In my experience as a board member, HR problems individual problems very seldom come to board members at all.
We are
Third
approaching
thing-
3.5 minutes, if you can please wrap up.
Okay, and the third thing is contracts. When we had 3 bids for contracts, that's handled in executive session. The discussion and the outcome is announced to people because that's an executive matter that's confidential. You don't discuss bidders on a contract in open session.
Correct.
Okay.
And that won't change.
Okay, so maybe I misunderstood what you were saying about,
Contracts are discussed in executive and approved in open, and they will not be signed unilaterally by a chair outside of open session. They will be
I guess that-
approved in open session
Yeah.
by the board of directors. They will not be approved unilaterally by a chair
Okay.
outside of open session,
okay,
okay, or even outside of executive.
okay, that makes sense.
Okay,
Okay, thanks.
you got it. Come on up, Paul. May as well.
You're the next contestant.
Board members, this is Paul. 3402307, I want to thank you for putting this together, Randall. It was something I asked for back when we found all that money that was being spent. I'm not great at public speaking. I'm going to do my best here. It's not perfect. It's never going to be perfect. As an engineer, I write things all the time
that have to get put into place in a timely fashion to make those changes happen. We had a board that was totally out of control. We needed to make those corrections. What you're doing here is to make it better, and I support that. And I thank you for your effort and your diligence. Yes, it's not going to be perfect. There's going to be some redundancies, but it's time to put the pen to paper and get this done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Bill Lewis, 3402-225. I approve of the intent of this motion. I think it's good stuff, but as Elizabeth mentioned as well, it's redundant, and it's redundant in the sense that it's not being followed by the boards present in the past as a whole. As it was just mentioned, board members are responsible for operating the board. In the second paragraph, bylaw 602 simply covers this right there. The chair operates at the direction of the board. He communicates also with, or she, communicates with the general manager, and in the past, what has happened is the boards have decided, as well as the GMs have requested, that they only answer to one person directionally, but they operate for the board on a whole basis. They don't want to have 9 bosses. They really want to have one, but they still work at the direction. And in our bylaws, it says the chair communicates at the direction of the board. Your third paragraph, what you're doing here is you're outlining responsibilities of others rather than the chair, and it doesn't belong there. Your contract policy, again, agree that you can execute those contracts, but I think it's a policy issue. And it's one that the board oversees and makes happen. These contracts that were signed, and I will just say this, probably mistakenly, in executive, they were still approved by the board. The board members still approved these, and they weren't just signed by the general manager or the chair or whoever else was designated to sign those. The board made those decisions, and the board probably made a mistake by not discussing them in open session. However, again, I think you can specify this in a policy rather than a bylaw. And lastly, on the one that got unilateral authority, that's true, but it hasn't happened without the direction of the board. No contracts have ever been signed without the knowledge of the board. If they were done mistakenly back in the executive session, that wasn't good. But they were never done without the approval of the board. And once again, I think policy rather than a bylaw is the appropriate place to put that. Thank you.
Vicki Kraft, what is my number? 3566211. I support this unilaterally. I think that people who have ethics, good integrity, don't try to find loopholes or use the idea of, well, this was my interpretation of it, wouldn't have a problem with passing this. I think when it comes to our members' money, we need to have integrity, ethics, and things of that nature. Following up on Bill's comment, I think I can find a post from Jennifer when she had to pay a bill to one of the construction companies. She had been on the board and was completely unaware of that billing. If somebody needs me to dig it up, I will find it, but it's published. Again, I support the board in passing this. Truly, again, people with integrity, ethics, won't have a problem with the topic.
Any additional member comment? Okay. Sorry?
I just didn't know if Josh was still on.
Oh, Josh, do you have, oh, no, but we already passed director comment anyways, so. Sorry, it would have been misplaced anyways, I just got distracted by Randall's comment. Okay, all those in favor? All right, thank you, motion carries. Oh, thank you, Josh, I appreciate that.
It's me. All right. I, Director Bodorf, move the adoption of the following resolution. There is a clerical error. There's 2 clerical errors, you guys. But it is resolution number 20418-2026, approved delinquency policy. Whereas the delinquency policy will be part of the annual assessment mailing for fiscal year, it's not 2025, 2026. It should be 2026, 2027. That's just a literal clerical error, whoopsie. When we were putting the agenda together, it is correct in the actual delinquency policy. This is an update that happens every year from our beloved admin clerk over here, Gail Paterino, where we just update, as you'll see in the next few pages, all of this stuff that goes into your assessment packet, annual assessment packet. Do I have to go through it all?
No.
It's kind of always the same. The one thing that changes is the years, which were very sadly not updated on the agenda.
Yes, I don't think you have to go through it all as
Okay.
presented,
Yeah.
as presented, but I believe we have to address the changes in dates.
On the agenda? I mean,
I'm not oh, I
Yeah,
see your
I'm
point. It's
just gonna-
correct on the, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's correct on what we're approving.
Mhm.
So it's a clerical error on the agenda.
yes.
I see.
Yes, so in the minutes, I will strike it through, put the correct dates on the first whereas, and the therefore be it resolved. But that's it. It is correct everywhere else. So I'm so sorry.
Should she say, therefore be it resolved, and say that sentence?
Yes,
so
I
it can be
will.
Seconded.
Yes, I will. Okay, so therefore, be it resolved that the PMCPOA Board of Directors approve resolution number 0204182026 approves the delinquency policy for the annual assessment mailing package for the 2026-2027 fiscal year.
Second.
Thank you, Bailey.
Discussion. All of those, oh, sorry, Sean? Oh, no.
Yeah, I see that, and then down below it says therefore, be it resolved that 24-25, should that also be changed?
Yes, I corrected that too. I will strike that out.
She did.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional director comments? All right, members? Oh, Randall, did you have any discussion on the approval of a delinquency policy? Okay. Opening up for member comments. Okay, if there are no member comments, all those in favor? Okay, motion carries. Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
Josh?
Oh, God, I keep forgetting. I apologize. Thank you, Josh. Did he say? Josh? Hi. I apologize. It's out of, we are voting,
Any comment?
any, do you approve the delinquency policy? Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you. All right. Director Randall Gates.
See if I can find him. All right, moving on. I, Director Randall Gates, move the adoption of the following resolution, Resolution 0304182026, to approve update to June 30th, 2026 reserve study in conjunction with the 2026-2027 budget process as submitted.
Second.
I'd like to walk through it quickly. This normally isn't a separate resolution. The reserve study is normally just included as part of the total budget process. You approve the budget, you've approved the reserve study. and it deserves special attention. It's a major component of the annual budget, and there's been issues in the past, I think, that would have been served by having this approved and open as we're doing today. The whereases here, basically, there's been a line-by-line review of all reserve components. There is no remodeling costs in this. These are just for assets that exist. I'm going to jump around for 1 second. Our own policy agrees with Davis Sterling. Reserve fund expend, this is policy E25 and is now bylaw 1012, where it's formalized, not as easy to amend. Reserve fund expenditures shall be for components that have been included in the reserve study, i.e. things that exist, not future things. Components, and reserve funds shall not be used for upgrades when replacing components, nor for any new capital improvements, nor for replacing a component with one of dissimilar use or application. This policy, and now the bylaw, have been in place for years. And they agree with Davis Sterling. And that's one reason why I wanted to start a process for every year to have the reserve study formally approved in open session, so if there's any questions, they can be addressed. Because we've had some wild swings in our reserve funded rate, which affect everybody's property values, is my understanding. Basically, fourth bullet down, this was covered in the updates to this reserve study from last year. Were pretty much covered during the year and in December when we recapped the reserve used for the year, and 26 components that were duplicative. 925,000 were in twice. I know different words for the same component. It was a lot of work. George, James, all the managers, line by line. 9 components had excessive replacement costs and were reduced by 837,000. 31 components, totaling 507,000, were added, things that just were missed. So basically, the way it's being done now as part of the zero-based project, every manager has got to basically assess everything within their responsibility, whether it's a reserve item or if it's under 5,000, it still doesn't need to be neglected, because we had things that weren't in the reserve that weren't being properly repaired and maintained, like the Lampkin restroom at one point. The net change, this was a November 15th resolution, was reducing the total replacement cost by 1.2 million. So the board has reviewed the reserve study. It's been submitted. And why I'm including this as a separate resolution, this gives us greater visibility and accountability. I mean, this is the trend. And then it gives the opportunity for the members to ask questions. Just so everybody knows, reserve funds are not, well, we have money, I guess it's there so we can buy things we didn't plan on. Reserve funds are accumulated to protect the stability of our finances from naturally irregular but predictable future expenditures. Like we know the roof's going to wear out. We don't want to just wait till it does and then try to find the money. At this point, you're trying to every year put away enough so when something major like that Greenbelt masticator for $300,000, when it finally has its last bite of our green waste, we'll have the funds to replace it right out of the reserve fund. If we want to get one twice as big, that's another story. Again, problems in the past, visibility, like the 2023 reserve study was used for 2024 as well. It wasn't updated. No adjustment for inflation, items used, added, or anything like that. It was just the same reserve study. And also, in 2023, our reserve funded rate was 47%. If you look at the current summary, we're at 95%. There was, as was discussed before I was on the board, 4.765 million of basically remodeling costs that do not fit the criteria for reserve funds, do not fit with our own policy. And they were in there. And a lot of those reserves actually went to like phase 3 through 6, where they probably shouldn't even have been used. But yeah, 4,765,000. Those have been eliminated because remodeling costs do not fit the definition. However, anything implied by those has been looked at diligently, like the electrical panels. Those are on the list for EC to look at and start. We fully reserve for the replacement. There's no reason to wait. But we want to have more eyes on the project before that happens. But the money is there. So basically, why are we at 95%? We've eliminated general categories, broad categories that don't qualify as components at all. A component is like in a restroom. I mean, yeah, you have a sink, you have toilets, but the room itself, if you want to paint it a different color, it should be repair and maintenance. If you just don't like how things work, then try to get that through the budget. We discussed this issue on remodeling. The same reserve specialist who in 2023 indicated that no, remodeling costs don't belong in a reserve study. So we still have the same reserve specialist. We've retained him again. By backing those out, we reduced significantly. I think George was looking at the funding rate for this year. If we were using the old reserve study, would have been the 900 to close to $1 million. But what you've been doing would be funneling remodeling costs or renovation costs, which maybe you want the money, but that's not what the reserve fund is for. There's got to be better ways to do that. So again, there's a reason this is here. It's so we can all try to understand and come up to speed, ask questions, and if something changes from year to year that dramatically affects our funded rate, it's going to be quite visible. It'll have to be addressed. So that's all.
Discussion?
Do you want to go around the room on this one? Because I'm sure everyone has something to say, right?
Does everyone have something to say? No?
We'll start with
It's all you.
Wow!
Start with you, Sean.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah. So I would like to ask a couple of poignant questions. This reserve study that we've been going through, that the treasurer and everyone here on this board has gone through, has really done remarkable work and has really taken its time to figure out exactly what a reserve fund is for. Now, Randall, when you stated that in previous years, we were told we were 40% funded. So to hear a drastic change from 40% to 95%, I don't know how we can communicate to the community what happened there to create such a off-sided decision. I mean, you have one group that says it's 40%, one group says it's 95%, and I want the members to understand what process we used to determine that difference of the 45% or 55%.
Sean, are you also asking what created that change in the first place?
What created that?
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, because the members have a right to know that this is not something that we just came up with, that, there was due diligence, and that our accounting department, our treasurer, our GM worked together to talk to the board about it. And I think that the members have a right to know how we came up with that final number. That makes sense.
Yeah. Basically, I would say it was probably Chair Gertner in 19, before he left, who said, we're going to fund the renovation through the reserve fund. You know, the whole clubhouse, it was going to be financed through the reserve fund.
So as a slush fund.
The reserve fund. And again, I understand we're betwixt and between. You need money to fix these things, but then again, I'm kind of a rule of law person. You just find a way to do it within the parameters you're given. And I have no idea why, again, you know, 5 million of our estimated, you basically work off estimated replacement costs. What is this thing going to cost to replace? You update that every year. Right now, materials are increasing. Everybody's look at that with new labor rates, new materials. And also, though, our own personnel can do some of these things. They don't need to be contracted out. So in some cases, you had a contractor level of cost when it's something that interior and internal people could do. And yes, we have more than enough money for this floor. It's already fully funded. We just need to get comparisons on what the proper replacement is. But it will not come, it's 100% covered by the reserve. So, but again, so there were a lot of soft costs, generalized costs, and when I was working with former Chair Bennett, it took a while, but she confirmed in her town hall, these are very strict guidelines, and reserves are for items that exist, existing components. Now, you may have existing pool, so your reserve exists for that. Now, you want something substantially bigger, there's different work that needs to be done to justify that. But, so yeah, we basically, line by line, everything that's been gone through probably 5 times at this point.
Thank you.
And then, Randall, I have a question based on some comments online. There are members saying that we are 95% funded of the 50% required. Is that accurate, or is that?
The standard we have used historically is a 75% funded rate. So many of the items are long-lived and they're out in the future. So the goal is to achieve 75% funded. We are 95% there. When that 47% from 23 was cited, that was relative to a 75% funded rate as well. So it's kind of an industry standard.
So is it incorrect to say we are only 95% funded for the 50% required?
I don't know what the 50% required is.
Yeah, there are 2 members saying that, so it doesn't sound correct.
There's no requirement, by the way. There's guidance from the state of California on reserve funds.
So are we 95% funded on the guidance?
George is going to comment.
Oh, perfect. Thank you, George.
So on that reserve study, there's 2 numbers you're looking at. There's the 5 million and there's a 10 million. If we were to replace every reserve item today, it would cost $10 million to replace everything. The 5 million fully funded amount means that we're on track to have the money available when they're all due to be replaced. So that 95% amount is accurate.
So that number replaces the future replacement value, like
Yeah, it just means
the
that we're-
dreaded street sweeper. If it worked, it would have a useful life of 10 years, and that amount would be X, correct? So everything is funded to its full replacement value at the anticipated time of its no longer being a viable piece of equipment.
I'll give an easy example, and yes, you're right. If we had a $100,000 truck, 10-year useful life, to be 100% funded at the 5th year, for example, we would have to have $50,000 to be fully funded by the end of the 10 years.
Yeah.
So right now, that 95% funded in that example means we have 45,000 in the 5th year.
Okay, fantastic.
And just to clarify, if it's in the reserve study and the replacement costs are wrong, or it turns out the useful life is less or more, it's still covered. These are estimates, and in many cases, at 10 years, something has 2 or 3 more years and it isn't replaced. Or if something fails earlier, then it still gets covered by the reserve because there's just been a failure to accurately estimate its useful life, and it's still covered. You still get a replacement. but to just charge Candace's presentation, blanket use of reserves, which is pretty much went down on the project phases, is just saying, we'll take half of the price out of the reserve without respect to component limitations or anything.
And we don't set the value for, it's the reserve company that estimates the useful life of any asset, is that right?
Every 3 years, we have a physical inspection and the reserve special that weighs in the interim. Every manager is accountable, and every line has gone over with George and James as part of their budget process.
So we've got a
We re-verify everything.
third-party objective eyes also restating the value or the useful life of any asset.
If it's got 3 more years and we didn't think it would, then it is adjusted at that time.
And all these are done with GAAP, correct?
Done what?
With GAAP? Generally
General
accepted accounting principles.
I think generally accepted reserve standards, but probably the same thing.
Randall, I'm going to ask you to clarify one more thing for the membership, and also, it's been something widely discussed and equally misunderstood. Can you please explain, when there are those who say the clubhouse is not in the reserve study, but can you explain that the components of the clubhouse are included in the reserve study?
Yeah. I think it was Brent Bennett Sr., when he did his evaluation, said the bones of this building are good, and I believe all the other, so the clubhouse structure, that which holds it up, is not in the reserve study. And that was established back at the evaluation is it's solid, the foundation is fine. But what is in the reserve study? The carpet. The ceiling. I mean, we have painting that needs to be done, the window
Plumbing,
treatment.
electric.
Yeah, we have money for the electric panel, and to be honest, it kept getting deferred because some massive makeover and nothing that could have been done was done on a necessarily timely basis. I know James was talking about solar, and so the thought would be engage the think tank of EC and come up with how do we replace those panels. Do we need to replace all the wiring? Well, we could discuss that. I still don't know if we have steel conduit in this building, because you can always pull new wires. And even back in Brent Bennett Sr.'s evaluation, he said the electrical and the plumbing issues were repair and maintenance items. He saw nothing that required massive makeover. And I hear of isolated incidents, but I've done enough work myself. You identify what's causing that incident. But yeah, putting a new panel would make a lot of sense. It really shouldn't have been deferred.
Well, my point is more so that members are aware of the fact that though it may not be one single entry for the clubhouse, the components of the clubhouse, including plumbing, roof, siding, flooring, electrical, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, I would like them to get greater understanding that those are included, because I think it's misinterpreted.
Yeah, okay, no, that's good. I'm looking at the expenditures by category here. You have admin offices, Condor Cafe, Condor Room, kitchen, lounge, mechanical engineering, plumbing, 750,000. Rec room, 12, probably for flooring. Club site grounds, storage rooms. We have basically the 10 million of replacement costs. The building's functional areas are the headings, and then the components within those have specific, electrical panel. I guess the electrical has got about 300,000 put away for it right now, which should be more than enough to hopefully, and if we need to expand it so it can accommodate solar in the future, it should be done at the same time. So, and the roof is a separate item. It's separately provided for, as is the exterior. Those are all fully funded and ready to go. They've just been sitting there. So I don't know if that helps.
Thank you. I think it helps. Any further discussion from directors? Okay, members?
Guess this is my day, huh?
Yeah.
Couple of things. I really appreciated Candace's breakdown of what these reserve operation and special assessments was, but I've also had kind of this special connection because of my governing docs with Randall, and I picked his brain a lot about this, and I realize how much more educated I am as a member from all that conversation with Randall and from Candace's presentation. And I think going forward, having this deep understanding of how this thing is supposed to work versus kind of was previously kind of a nebulous idea of how this thing is supposed to work is going to help this association a lot because it's very clear how it works. And if you start to deviate from that, the board should be able to say, oh, wait a second, that doesn't fit in this thing. I do want to talk, have Randall just talk a little bit about, so just real supportive of the work and the information that came up. The thing I wanted you to address is, let's say that this year we spend $600,000 out of the reserves to fund our necessary items that have reached end of life. That money is like the $600,000 in the budget. That is the part of our annual assessment that will refresh the budget back to 95%. It won't be handled through any other mechanism.
I'll give you the yes and no example. If you replace something that's already to zero remaining useful life, it's showing up as being needed to be funded. I mean, is an immediate drain now. Now, if we replace it, it's going to be, its replacement cost is going to be averaged over whatever that useful life is. So I don't know the algorithm enough to actually tell you. But yeah, essentially.
It's what George described.
Yes.
It was what George described. The mechanism is taking an entire period of time till it needs to be replaced again, dividing it, and then funding the reserve.
Slowly building it back.
Your question implies that we stick to the standards and the limits that you and I understand now. That reserve components, reserve use is limited to components and all the things that I cited in our policy, then that would work fine. We've had a lot of drains on the reserve that were not for components.
Right.
And that, if that has stopped, then what you said would work perfectly. But, we had, like I said, the pool used 981,000.
My point was the $600K in this year's budget is the composite of all the things we've replaced, rebuilding over this timeline schedule at their individual dollar signs to meet the replacement costs. I know I said that in the worst possible way.
I think you did. No, sorry.
Yeah. You don't just refund the money taken out of the reserves. You proportionally pay it back. And that's what comes up in our budget is the proportional payback of the reserve. And that's what I'm trying to say.
If it's just for reserve use and you deplete it, again, George has the algorithm. We have the software that goes with this reserve study. We could spend $1 million this year for valid reserve funds because we have funds for a lot of things that are fully reserved. And it's not going to mean next year we're going to have $1 million contribution.
Right. That's what I'm trying to say. So
It isn't necessary. There's an algorithm that looks out, how do we keep it above the 75% rate forever?
Yeah.
We're not, like I said, the contribution could have been under the old approach another couple 100,000.
Right.
But it wasn't going technically to where it should go. So
yeah.
I'm not sure my answer was any clearer than your question. Sorry.
Well, as long as we understand it.
Okay, thank you.
And Elizabeth, to your point about greater understanding about the reserve study, it's one of the planning committee, it's one of the strategic plan action items to have an annual member education town hall that includes that. And because Director Bennett's presentation covered it for this year, we are not planning an additional one, but just so you know, it is something that was discussed in the committee and agreed upon that it should be presented to members on a regular basis for greatest understanding possible.
Yeah, a difficult concept, and it's easy to miss.
I agree. Took me a very long time myself.
Thank you.
Paul Mobley, 3402307 Randall. In the spirit of transparency, I was going to ask this question of you during the Budget and Finance Committee. The presentation on the budget itemized 36 new items to the reserve, and 24 were taken off. Now, if we don't have any insight as to what those specifics were, it could be skewed to think, oh, they're only focusing on one area of the community versus another. I'd like to have some more insight as to those 36 that were added. And if there's 24 that were subtracted, is this like well, we couldn't find it, a feature that something was lost or stolen or whatever that might be? Some clarity on that, those two different numbers would be appreciated. Given that, someone might say, oh, it's all the equestrian center was taken off or the building was taken off. We'd like to have at least some categorical analysis done on those numbers.
Yeah, the body of the whereases refers to the November 15th, 2025 resolution.
Okay.
All that's in detail supporting that resolution.
Okay.
Listed by item. And a lot of times it was.
So what you're saying is it's in the detail, but we don't have a summary analysis of those 36 or 24.
Well, we do. It's just I don't have them on the November 15th resolution right now.
Okay.
But I can get them to you.
That's what I was going to ask.
But again, when we unfortunately changed reserve specialists for 1 year, they didn't realize we had a pool, so we had to add it.
It wasn't
And then in many cases, there was some plumbing issues on the golf course, I believe, that were redundant. There were two different ways of saying the same thing for some massive pipe running all the way to Fern Lake. So everything's, again, a part of the, when in doubt, verify these things, and when the managers responsible for that are in the room for the budget, they're going through this.
Right.
And they're going, no, these are the same, so we don't need to be doubling up. So, but I'll send you November 15th, 25. It is detailed. And basically, had we not done this in November already, done a major revision, which would probably be about when we're doing it next year, George, same time, we're going to do a recap, and you will see every major adjustment, and including things that you purchased during the year that are no longer, be replaced already. But we've been doing that through the year this year.
So my question gets at, why was it added when it was missed? And that awareness of saying, if we added something, why wasn't it there before? Versus, and when we took something off, why is it gone? So that's really fundamental to my understanding of what's going on there.
If we took something off because it wasn't there in the first place, in other words, it was a ghost. If it was duplicative, we were taking one of them off because you were double counting.
Understood.
Okay, so it was an error in the original reserve study.
Error in the original.
To be honest,
being stolen.
I'm not sure we've ever had a detailed reserve study as this where basically everybody went through every line item. And so there was a lot, and a lot of times it wasn't even apparent they were doubling up until you're going, well, wait a minute, didn't we just talk about that?
So this is just a reconciliation.
To reality.
Reality.
What actually exists that needs to be funded for, so we're not surprised with a big ticket when it fails.
But for clarification, I think what you just said could be easily misunderstood. Are you saying that this time around you did go line by line?
No, yeah, I'm saying this
Okay.
year.
The way it came out made it sound like no one ever has, so.
I'm not sure the management and the employees have been involved to the extent they were this year.
So this year, it was line by line.
It's a deeper level, a deeper dig versus, I mean.
It's okay, I
Sorry,
just
I'm
wanted to
trying to think of a
clarify
better
that
way to say
because
it. Sorry, Paul, but
the
that's
way
it.
you
Thank you.
communicated it could have been heard that no one's ever done that. And so my point is saying
right.
previously that had not been done, but this time around it was looked at line by line and they were able to identify duplicates, et cetera.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, it's been a long day.
Hi, everyone. Lauren Vela, member number is 3405030. So I would like to double down on Beth's comment. My work with the Communications Committee has me also working very closely with Randall on a project we're working on, and I have learned so much. So really appreciate that time. And I don't disagree with Randall with anything you said about the reserves. And of course, obviously, we're going to be very compliant with Davis Sterling on all of those rules, which do clearly say that capital improvement should not be part of reserves. But you also mentioned upgrades, and I just wanted to clarify for the members, and just that you and I are on the same page on this as well, that Davis Sterling does say that even though you budget, for instance, to repaint, but if there's a new, well, that's probably a bad example, but you budget for carpet, for instance, but maybe, the needs of the community have changed, and there are new floors available that are not carpet, but that are engineered laminate. This is not my department at all. However, there are new opportunities. This is not building a new building. This is when you're going to replace something, you don't have to replace it with brand new, same old crap, right?
Agreed.
If there are new options available, that we should look at that. In fact, you mentioned solar. So when we're redoing the electrical system, we don't have to redo the electrical system the same exact way we did the electrical system, which would be great so we don't burn things down. However, if we know we want to put solar in place, it makes sense to redo the electrical system now in a way that supports solar. So I just want to be clear, because you did mention that word upgrade.
Yeah, good point.
We do not have to use reserves to replace and put in place brand new versions of the same old crap.
There is a same old crap category, but I don't remember it. In other words, if you had a 56 Chevy and it reached the end of its useful life, you don't have to go out and find a 56 Chevy. If we have the reserves for floor covering, and it's carpet presently, but if it's determined that there's a better replacement that have a longer life and less repair and maintenance, then that can be cost justified. The upgrade is really looking to, you got a Ram 1000, and you want to go to when you go upgrade in class is the question.
And
When it's a
this-
dramatic,
Exactly.
when it's a dramatic upgrade in class, like the sweeper, to be honest, was a massive upgrade in class.
Right. And this is the challenge, right? This is the challenge, is the interpretation of these rules. Because one could suggest, I would definitely suggest, that there is a thin line and a gray area in the interpretation of what we need to replace now to better, because the needs of our membership have changed, and does not make sense to replace, we need to replace it, but we don't need to replace the same item. The interpretation is where we may get into challenges on this, so I'm just sort of putting that out there to have some open-mindedness about the grayness of the interpretation of these items.
No, thank you. It's a good question and observation, and part of the new policy, which does require line-by-line approval of any budget related to, like, say, the roof or the exterior or the floor, you're going to have the components listed, you're going to have what's in the reserve, and then before it goes to board for approval, it's got to go through George, and he's going to verify all the facts, and that if we have a salvage value on a piece of equipment, that's got to be factored in. You don't take the cost of the new truck, you take the net cost of the new truck after trade-in or salvage value, depending on how old it is. But yeah, it is, but within parameters, it's not that subjective. I mean, when there were plans for a new two-story building, that definitely didn't fit into the category of upgrade. But you're right, within that, and we need, like, hardy siding. Are we going to place this place with plywood on the outside? Or are you going to have something like the fire station has, which is hardy shingle or maybe rock? I mean, again, you have reserves put away for exterior. And anything that is lower maintenance and longer useful life and reduces maybe insurance exposure should be looked at the time, but not without proper documentation and really walking through and then present it and open and have it approved. So, yeah, but yeah, it can be done. Thank you.
If there are no further comments from the audience, all those in favor of approving the reserve study? Thank you. Motion carries. I would like to take, oh, sorry, Josh, I keep forgetting about you. Don't take it personally, please. And don't hold it against me.
Strange hand moving.
Josh, do you approve the reserve study? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you
Motion carries.
for my constant reminder from Sean. I would like to take a short break,
Cool.
5 minutes, so that we may all,
Bladders
Yeah.
load.
Oh, it's hot. Is it?
You guys, I'm tired. Oh. Gosh. Oh, boy. Feel a little kooky. Yeah, I feel like my eyes are blinking at
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back in session.
Booming voice. Boom. Thunder, light.
Thank you, Sean.
All right.
If the audience could please come to order.
And
It is all yours.
onward. Director Randall Gates. I'm so sorry. You're up again. Whenever you're ready.
Hi, Director. Randall Gates, move the adoption of the following resolution, 040418, 2026, approve assessment and budget for fiscal year 26-27 as submitted.
Second.
Oh. Whoa. Okay.
We'll give it to Mark.
It's a, we have a split second,
Bailey.
but
Discussion. Okay. Or would you like to go through it first? Wasn't sure what to do with that long pause.
okay, let me jump to the as submitted, and therefore be resolved. I'm just going to pass the whereases. I'm sure everybody's seen them. Therefore be it resolved that the PMC PUA Board of Directors approve Resolution 040418, 2026, and adopt the 26-27 budget, and approves the assessment for fiscal year 26-27, the amount of $1,799, spelled out per lot, per CC in our Article 6.
Discussion. Mark.
Everybody has the draft summary.
Just like we discussed last weekend, first I'd like to thank George, James, Randall, and everyone else that contributed to putting so much work into this. It wasn't just a number that was grabbed out the air. You absolutely put a ton of work into it, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and the same. And there, some people have noted that we're cutting to the bone, and that's based on the assumption that we're already operating at 100% efficiency, and there was no fat to be cut. I think the converse is true, that there is plenty of wiggle room, and in the real for-profit world, a lot of the things that we paid for there'd be a change of management or get rid of that service. And I understand this is not the for-profit world. Nonetheless, I don't think we were operating at optimal efficiency. This reflects that.
Yeah, I have a couple of, I have a question for George. At last meeting that we had, I requested additional funding for fire mitigation of $50,000. Was that able to be put into this budget or not? No, it was not. Okay, thank you. My comments are going to be in regards to our amenities. We are a nonprofit organization, and being such, we do fund amenities that we have that might not be able to get into a profit zone. We're not looking for them to be profitable, because that's not where we stand. We would like them to run as efficiently as possible, but we also, as a board, understand that funding for certain amenities is a fiduciary duty that we take very seriously. That includes the equestrian center, the golf course, the restaurant, things of that nature. We also have a understanding that, that the members feel we have an obligation to look at those amenities, and every once in a while look at fee schedules, look at costs versus versus what we do on a daily basis. So across the board, I believe we did a 30% increase on all the amenities fees. This was not attacking one amenity over another. This was something that that the general manager took very seriously. I believe also the accounting department, as well as the treasurer and chair, took very seriously. They went through it. There was a compromise that, for me as a member, was well overdue. I'm surprised that I heard today or yesterday that, for example, there is a policy in place that does not allow members to share in the costs of having a horse, for example. I believe that should be looked at, because that is a budgetary situation that needs to be rectified, because there is added cost to boarding an animal. I believe that if 4 or 5, 2, 3, whatever members wish to share in the cost of an animal, also in the care of that animal, they should have that ability to do so. Other than that, thank you very much. It's great work. I'm so proud to say that we have a $186 decrease in our assessment because of the due diligence of this board, of our general manager, of our accounting, and all the employees. So thank you all very, very much for all your hard labor.
Sean, first to your fire mitigation comment, I want to point one thing out, because I also agree that it should be a greater amount, but the reality is that prior to James, it simply is, as hard as it is to comprehend, has literally never been spent. $50,000 never been spent. So, although I agree with you, I think our first best step is to spend what we have. That's James's goal. We are going to spend that this year, and I think it'll give us a good barometer, because that, in addition to our grant work that's being moved through, this would be our local mitigation with our staff, et cetera. I think we'll have a really good idea of how far that goes and how much it could potentially need to be increased in the future, whereas now we have no clue, because it has never been spent.
Well, this
So
year,
I think we're at least a good starting point, which is we're going to spend it. So just so you know, that was my thought on the matter. And then, as addressing your ideas, I don't think that the budget will limit any improvements going forward in amenities and improvements in management and structure and operations. They're not limited because we pass a budget. So I also agree with you that things should be done to improve the cost structure of certain amenities, but I think that those can be done regardless and should be done regardless. That would be all I say. Andrea?
The budget we are voting on right now includes a 73% increase in projected revenue for the Equestrian Center. I cannot in good faith approve a budget that relies on revenue from a fee hike that has not yet been justified with data. These numbers are fiscally linked. Approving the budget validates the revenue target. We are being asked to resolve to spend and collect money based on a fee schedule that hasn't been moved or debated yet. We shouldn't be passing a revenue resolution until the underlying fee motion has been justified.
I had a conversation with Andrea recently and reminded her that the fee schedule is something rather that can be revisited, ideally, in my opinion, on a quarterly basis. It is included with the budget, but it serves a separate function. So I just want to remind directors and the public that the fee schedule can constantly be revisited along with policy changes and improvements. I don't believe those things should ever be set in stone. I think we should constantly improve, constantly look for ways to improve, and always revisit items to see if we can make improvements that are beneficial both to the members and to the association as a whole. Are additional, we can, go ahead, Randall?
I just have a question, because I'm not an equestrian. I've never even fallen off a horse. But what would multiple owners allow? Is that something that we don't allow currently?
I don't know. I've been told I can't do it. I asked like 5 years ago, so.
Okay, but that sounds like that would make it more economical for people to share.
It's a very common thing. When I grew up, I had this for like 10 years, different horses. Usually you split it with one other rider. You remain the owner. You just sublease your horse.
James would like to respond.
Okay, quick update on that, Andrea. Since you had emailed me on that, I went right to Lori. Lori's quite familiar with that process of shared fees.
Half leasing is usually what it's
Okay, half
called.
leasing. So then I reached right out to Diana Bixler. She's the equine lawyer that drafted the contract. So we're going to get together, Lori, Mrs. Bixler and I, to see where we can revise the contract, add that in, but yet still ensure that any liabilities are covered within that. Because it ends up being the horse owner and the other individual to ensure that necessary insurance is in place. But it looks like, I mean, per Lori, that's something that she's very familiar with. I hadn't even heard of that till you mentioned it, but yeah, I think it's a great idea. I mean, great idea.
Yeah, I believe that what it'll also do is it'll give more of a highlight to the equestrian center, giving more members an opportunity to, excuse me, you mind? Thank you. It'll give the members, more members a.
It's the outside.
Oh, it's the outside, oh,
Gail's-
sorry, guys.
Thank you, Gail.
Gives more members an opportunity to use the equestrian center and to open it up to other members. So, you know, I think that that's the goal this year, is to start opening up and getting our members to utilize our facilities more regularly. Thank you.
Just a really quick comment before Randall. That was, the half leasing option was brought up in the budget working group by another person who was told they were denied the option. But I just want to include the concept that we have to make projected numbers, and until something like that is established and ongoing, we wouldn't be able to reflect that in the current budget. So we would need to see the reality first and adjust as needed. Right, Randall?
I just wanted to respond to Doug's comment about efficiency, and that we haven't been functioning at high efficiency. There's been a lot of expenses that have utilized assessment dollars that really haven't been related to operations, ongoing operations, a lot of one-time expenses. I mentioned my calculation of surpluses from 2017 to date is about $2.4 million. And the way, but going forward, and any surplus will go right back in the next year's assessment. So that will, no matter if there's a fit, like I said, we're looking at almost 400,000 already, 9 months to date. That's going to credit the next year's assessment. No, there anybody wants to use anything, then put it in the budget and discuss it and get it approved. No mid-year changes. So we've had, and then also the reserve fund usage. And when it's used, blanket use of reserve funds means the members have more to refund the reserve, which comes out of the operating assessment. So that has changed. And also I wanted to point out for the Equestrian Center and others, I presented the Bistro bylaw 10.09 to governing docs. I want it resolved. And it establishes a legal threshold. These amenities cannot be removed. I I don't know where these rumors come from. There is no intent. If anything, everything I hear coming from James is how he can make them more profitable, find ways to, like well, Sean's comment as well. Can we reduce the burden on individual members if they can share a horse, share the care and the financial costs? But same for the cafe. I know James is going to be out there dancing disco in a Travolta leisure suit if necessary, just to get more participants. But there's a lot of effort gone not to eliminate these, but to really expand them and attract more usage. Like Sean's saying, get more people in the equestrian center. So 10.09 has clarified for all our existing amenities, whether they're specified in the CCNRs or not, that if they are up and functioning when people purchase their property up here, they cannot be removed by a minority of directors or a minority of members. They have to be removed by a CCNR level. And so, that being said, this is the first year with kind of hopefully a good baseline, and we'll know more by the end of this year. And knowing James, we'll probably have another surplus. But again, this is, a zero-based budget is trying to establish a baseline to move forward from, and we've had too many things that confused what it really costs to operate this association. I think we're at a good starting point. Thank you.
I want to add that, and this was mentioned at last week's meeting, but for those who are not aware, the other change is that this budget includes allocation of expenses per department that were previously not included, like electric, propane, water, et cetera. And if those weren't included, it would even, it would have reduced, it would have increased the rate of savings, but it was more responsible to include them to show the true operating cost of each amenity. So that was done for greater transparency, for greater information. I also want to add that James, because the Equestrian Center has been such a hot topic recently, in addition to visiting half-lease, et cetera, James is also incredibly active moving forward with bringing additional money in through charter funds for schools, et cetera. Like I said before, there's no reason to stop making ongoing changes that are positive, that ideally benefit both the boarders, all three, the boarders, the greater membership, the association, everything. There's no reason to not investigate all available opportunities for positive change. Any additional members? Oh. Josh, do you have any comments? Hold on, before we go forward, there was one other thing I wanted to address, because what I've noticed in these ongoing discussions and emails to the board are two very different and quite polar opposite points of view. James addressed this when he spoke before our open budget meeting last week, and he addressed his intentions in alignment with the center of those two opposites. And I want to kind of reiterate what he said while also providing members some actual data. So when it came to the 2024 member survey question on amenities subsidization, and for those who participated, they were given the three choices of declaring that all amenities break even, subsidizing them at any cost, or maintaining subsidization as long as the goal was to approach a break-even point. And as far as those polar opposite groups, so by the way, we had 417 responses. That was about, don't quote me on this, please, it was around double what we would have needed to have the 95% confidence interval that we have. So we had plenty of response. Between those two polarities, the strict break-even requirement stating I think all amenities should be required to break even, that was the selection, received a 37.65% rate. I believe we should subsidize amenities at any rate. That was a 9.83 response rate. And the largest group of respondents, 52.52, oddly enough, percent was comfortable with subsidizing amenities as long as there's a clear goal of breaking even. And I simply want to point out that there really are, if you're not in that middle category, there are two polar ways of seeing this. We raise assessments to a level that no one has to pay for anything, any golfing, any equestrian, you name it, or we bare bones everything and hike up fees to the degree that every single amenity would be seen as something that needed to approach a zero balance. And I believe that the way we are approaching this is really the only fair option. It is a middle road. We don't want to do either extreme. So to that degree, James and George have been incredibly conscientious and responsible about going over everything to the most minute detail. They do take member feedback seriously. They do listen to concerns. And I just want to point that out while, like I said, allowing members to have that information, because I don't believe our survey responses have been as, they're not in wide circulation, but they are available on, I think, both of our pre-existing websites at this point, and I will do my best to make sure that survey reports, in addition to the strategic plan, et cetera, that incorporates this data can be easily found once we have our new website available.
Would that association pays for everything include the bar?
Do you mean
It was a joke.
bar? I would argue so. Yeah, that would be my vote.
The one other thing I'd like to comment on is the fees. These fees, when you pay your fee to play around the golf, that money goes into the golf course to maintain it. So everything that we receive in fees goes right back into the care of these amenities. It's not like we're doing this just to have it. This is monies that is being well used, well respected, and that the members should be able to sit there and go, wow, I'm proud to say I contribute to the care of our amenities that I use on a daily basis, weekly or monthly basis. So, having said that, I would like to vote.
Okay, if no further.
Oh, but wait.
Oh, gosh.
Member
How could I?
comment.
How could I? I never would. I won't. I always have my reminder, Sean. He's my special helper. Member comment, please.
No, microphone, please.
You can come to the mic.
If you could rephrase your comment, point of order is only applicable to directors. So,
Name and,
yeah, if you
David
could give us-
Layla, 340-2277. I formally object to this vote proceeding today. Multiple members have filed internal disputes resolution requests under California Civil Code Section 5900 regarding the equestrian fee increases in this budget. Those requests were submitted to the board chair and secretary at the start of this meeting. Voting on this resolution while IDR requests are pending may violate the Davis-Sterling Act. This item must be tabled until those disputes are addressed. I am submitting this objection in writing to the secretary for permanent record.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
Although I've received an envelope, there is no IDR that has been initiated, that has begun. So we have been given an envelope, and we will open it and we will address it responsibly, but we are not interceding an active IDR. There is not one that has been initiated that the association is involved with. I understand that, but you understand the difference.
If you're going to talk from the,
Yes, I will be most likely opening it under legal advice.
Exactly.
okay.
As I would recommend our secretary to do as well.
Okay.
We currently do not have any active IDRs. You've submitted an envelope to me. It is not the same thing as having an IDR in process. But we will consult with our legal counsel, and I will do what is appropriate. We are not denying you the right to follow through. We are not denying you an IDR opportunity. Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, if you would like to speak, please address the podium. We need your name and lot number, and point of order does not apply to audience members. So,
I just wanted to
may we have your name and lot number?
I don't have my lot number.
May we have your name?
Paola Cardea.
Sorry?
Paola Cardea.
And what is your address?
1716 Bernina. I don't have the membership with me. I apologize. I just wanted to ask you, were you told that there's an IDR in that envelope?
Yes,
Just that simple question.
it is not the same thing as having an active IDR open. When we made the agenda, I understand the attempt. I'm not sure I appreciate it, but I understand the attempt. And like I said, we are approaching this with responsibility. If you think for a second that we are trying to deny you your legal right to have an internal dispute resolution, you would be incorrect. But I'm also not going to allow this type of could be perceived as a strategy to interfere with the board agenda. I have your envelope. I will make sure to speak with legal counsel before it's opened. We will run this conversation through them as well. And if necessary, we will do what is required. That you have my word on. We will do what is required, we will follow the law, and we will honor our obligation to the members. We have no intention of doing otherwise.
It's been known for a month that this board was going to vote on this. To deliver this IDR, as we're about to, is just an 11th hour attempt to circumvent the due process that we're about to undertake. And just because there's an IDR, if it doesn't mean there is not one. If there is one and we're advised by counsel, we will proceed appropriately. But it's clearly just an 11th hour gamesmanship.
Also, point of order. Please see if there's any more comments from the members and then call for a vote.
Yes. Are there any further member comments?
Not an IDR, but it is just sharing an opinion. I really appreciate Randall clarifying that we have amenities and we want to have amenities and we will continue to have amenities, and not having amenities is not an option for this community. Let's just be very clear about that. We got that clarification from a member of the board. That's really critically important. It feels, we buy here, we all buy here knowing that this is this kind of a community with amenities. We know that. And we buy because we want to take advantage of the amenities and/or recognize the added property value and opportunity for appreciation of property values because we buy in this community with these amenities. So thank goodness we're all clear the amenities are going to stay. It does feel a little bit to me, though, like when we actually reduce POA fees, at the same time that we're raising usage fees considerably, like 30%, golf and equestrian center, it feels a little bit like we're funding the reduction in POA fees in part by the increase in the utilization fees for all the amenities. And I kind of feel like, you know, we buy here knowing we're going to access some discounted amenities, right? That is one of the reasons we buy here. And if those amenities stop being discounted and start being pure market value and not subsidized by the community, then in fact, it's sort of not in alignment with what people who purchased here were sort of innately or explicitly promised. So it does sort of feel like reducing POA at the same time as we're increasing usage fees could be sending a message to us that in fact now we could have bought in anywhere where there's a golf course nearby because we're going to be paying golf course fees, right? But we didn't do that. We bought here. I don't think people who buy here expect their POAs to go down. In fact, I would say that people who buy here should not buy here if they can't afford the POA fees. And I would also say if they can't afford reasonable increases with the POA fees, they shouldn't buy here. And they certainly shouldn't buy multiple properties here if they can't afford the POA fees. So it's an opinion I want to share with you. But I know at this 11th hour may not have impact on this budget, but it is a shared opinion of many of our community.
Thank you, Lauren.
Chair, I'd like to address something on this. The amenities are being subsidized. As I recall, George, maybe you can correct me or not. For example, I do know that our highlighted golf course, that is, as you drive in, that's the main thing you see, is being maintained. And I believe that the cost is in the $400,000 range to do that. Now, we put a 30% increase on the fees. That does not bring in the $400,000 needed to maintain it. We still have maintenance, and we still have, you know, we still are taking our money and doing the right things and making sure that that golf course is maintained. Same with the equestrian center. Now, the history of the equestrian center was that this was a weekend equestrian center where people would come in, bring their horse trailers, bring their horses. It was a place to keep their horses for the weekend or whatever, and there was a few that would keep them a little bit longer. But this equestrian center was not designed as a full-fledged facility. It was brought in to have your horse, then you go do your rides in the trails, then you come back, and usually they take their horses away. That's what this was originally. Now, we are still having over 100,000, George, am I correct in saying that the subsidies on that equestrian center is still over $100,000 a year? So we are still subsidizing the equestrian center. We're not taking away from that. Now, you know, a compromise here is that at this moment with this particular budget and with other budgets in the past, none of the amenities were really ever looked at as far as increases in fees. They just weren't. And to play around the golf still is less than $20 here for 18 holes. So it's not like we are overcharging on that realm. And as far as the care of the horse, your fees for caring for your horse in your equestrian center goes directly to the equestrian center. That money that you put out goes there. It's not like anything else. Now, if your horse is the love of your life, wouldn't you want to make sure that your animal has the best care? And wouldn't you pay a little bit more for that? And as far as it being right next door to your house, yeah, you could take it down to some equestrian center down in Cuddy or something, but you can come right here, the convenience of having your animal here, knowing that your animal's cared for, knowing that you have a hands-on respect for your animal and that we have hands-on respect. That is where this is at this moment. Now, as far as an ADR being tossed at us, whether it is or isn't in that envelope, had you given it to the board a month ago, then we could say, hey, look, we have to delay, or we could have addressed the ADR at that moment. You didn't give us that.
Point of order. We got away from Robert's Rules of Order. Can we get some order, please, back on the floor?
All right, so in closing, I think that we have resolved this issue, in my opinion.
Is there something additional
Yes.
you would like to speak?
Dave Layla, 3402277. Couple of questions, few questions. The 30% raise, is that's based on what we're paying a month? What is the 30% based on? So if I'm paying for 2 horses $620 a month, is it going to be 30% more? Is what?
33%
That's what you're doing. Okay.
I want to also piggyback on something said earlier. With the equestrian center, it's a unique situation where a large percentage of your boarding fee covers hay cost over, George, do you know the exact amount? It's 100-something. $171 of the fee covers hay. And per horse, we pay for labor related directly to horses that are boarded. It is unlike other amenities to that degree. It covers food and labor directly related to the care of the animals. It is different. I'm not saying we don't also maintain the center. We do. We also maintain the center. But please understand, these are incremental fees that are directly related. And as far as the 33% increase, to answer your question, yes, it is a 33% increase in the fee. I have also stated that I hope to continually review this on a quarterly basis. It would be my goal that we, through James's efforts, I wish it didn't have to come through James, but through his efforts, we can potentially reduce the burden on members, potentially increase the revenue of the center, and potentially revisit this in 3 months, in the next quarter. I would like to see positive changes. Equestrian Boarders are members. We are your board of directors. We are here to represent you as well. Your opinion matters. The circumstances matter. We are not biased. This budget is not political. And your concerns will be addressed reasonably and with fairness, but we expect the same fairness in return.
Okay, I get that. My next question is,
Point of order. We're having a discussion here. We should not be having a discussion here.
Mark
We
is
operate
correct.
under Robert's Rules of Order.
Mark is correct. We need to move along.
I just wanted to ask what the golf course fees are per member.
The fee schedule has been attached to the agenda, and
Okay, because 33% of what a golf member pays is going to be far less.
I understand.
what we're- what
If you
we're
can,
paying. And
the point of order is upheld. You are also far beyond the time limit, and this is your second time speaking. So we are moving on.
I hardly spoke. You spoke.
No, you came up first to tell us we had
Yes,
an
but you-
IDR.
the time was spent.
This was the second time you came to speak. We normally only allow one. Thank you. Mark is correct.
First of all, the numbers on the hay as 177 a month are not correct. It is less than $80 a month. The hay is $18.75 if your horse eat 4 bales of hay a month. So it is less than $80. I will also say that when our bookkeeper, George, compared, we asked last time, what did you compare your fee increase to? Because you guys are proposing $100 a month more for each of us. A lot of us are on Social Security. A lot of us moved here with the idea that amenities, yes, are subsidized. They are not supposed to break even, and they are sure as heck not supposed to make a profit. But we make the most out of any of the amenities. How are you going to make a profit if now the lessons are $118 per lesson? Who can do that? Nobody. And what horses can we use if we want to bring in charter school, which we're all for charter schools and Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, everything. We want it all. That's why we do open houses and we do Halloween barn bash. We don't charge anybody anything. But what horses would you use? Because a lot of us can't afford this. My husband and I bought 2 lots. We paid a hell of a lot of money. And we planned on being here forever. But this rate increase, because here's the thing, yeah, I know, 30% across the board. Well, that's like $8 for golf. But for you guys, you went on Bear Valley Springs instead of going to Cuddy Valley. Cuddy Valley, we're at the top of that. In fact, we pay more for what they have. And we were never a weekend thing. We've always been where it was as stable as, yes, Sean, I'm sorry.
1974.
But anyway,
Believe me,
the thing is, you guys went to Bear Valley Springs. Well, if you guys are going to go based on their numbers for $479 a month, then you know what? They've got 6 arenas. Are you going to give us 5 more? They have 3 round pins. Are you going to give us a couple more? They have a colored arena. They have dressage. They have all kinds of things. If you're going to compare us to that, then maybe we need to have that. Thank you.
I wish the revenue increases for the center were already in place. I don't think it should have started now. There's no reason the Equestrian Center could not have already begun these changes in the past year. It is not fair to blame board members for having to make responsible decisions that benefit the entire membership when these changes have not been introduced. There's no reason charter schools, kids shouldn't have been implemented. There's no reason half leasing shouldn't have been visited. There's one reason I'm looking forward to the Equestrian Center Committee to hopefully generate additional ideas. I do not believe that it is simply expected that the board of directors continually approve ongoing expenditures when there is no work being done to improve revenue in return. It makes no logical sense. We are doing our best to be fair. Like I said, I hope to revisit this on a quarterly basis. Your opinion matters. We value your opinion. It is not our pleasure to raise fees. It is not something we enjoy. We don't intend to marginalize you. We don't intend to be indiscriminate, or rather, to discriminate. So I hope that's understood, and I hope it becomes very clear in the next quarter, and potentially changes with positive action. So thank you. With no further member comment, all those in favor of the current budget as proposed? Aye. All right. And Andrea, is that a no or an abstain? All right. Passes.
I, Director Bodorf, move the adoption of the following resolution. Resolution 050418, 2026. the 2026-2027 election packet and candidates. Whereas bylaw 808F6 states that the duties of the corporate secretary, that's me, are to direct and supervise the printing and mailing of the election packet. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the PMC POA Board of Directors approves Resolution 050418, 2026, the 2026-2027 election packet and candidates pursuant to bylaw 808F6 as submitted.
Second.
Thank you.
Discussion? All those in favor? Motion carries. Oh, thank you, John.
Woo. Okay. Motion to approve the updated user fee schedule.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor?
I would like to say something. All right. So what I wanted to say actually kind of came up already. So I just want to, because over the last 2 months, I asked a couple of times to get clarification on things, and then I got a little bit, oh, yes, because of this and that. So here it goes. I don't believe the 32 increase of the boarding fee is fair, prudent, or good business decision. That this is in the financial interest of the POA. For some boarders, this will be $100 month fee increase. Over the past 2 months, I have asked for a subsidy per user breakdown 3 times and still haven't received it. My guess, based on my own preliminary math, is that it wouldn't support such an increase. Many things have been said, but none of them are logical or fair in my opinion. Sure, you don't want to compare the EQ to the local going rates at the neighboring stables, but that's your market pressure right there. If you like to compare yourself or not, that's the market reality. It's not like our EQ stands above it all. If you believe a comparison falls short because of how it's run internally, then this should be looked at first before asking boarders to subsidize waste with a fee increase. Sure, you don't want to compare yourself to the golf course because the breakdown wouldn't be in your favor either. At 100 users per amenity, you're subsidizing the golf course 3 times more than the EQ. But instead of spreading out the 32% fee hike over 100 golfers, you have 25 boarders who have to pick up the tab. Then came the comparison with Bear Valley Springs. One who looks like it could work at first glance. Similar households are...
Point of order, the board has not made an official comparison with Bear Valley Springs. That came from audience members. We have not stated that that is...
That was 2 weeks ago. George.
That was, yeah, but you're speaking to the board members.
All right, but it was already said, so I don't have to say it. So what is left? If there is no data-backed subsidy breakdown and no comparable market value to justify this, we are left with a decision based on optics rather than an actual fiscal strategy. And we have to remember operating the queue is not optional. Under our CC&Rs, we are mandated to maintain this amenity. That makes it even more vital that we manage it properly. By imposing 32% increase that ignores market reality and lacks a transparent data trail, we aren't fixing the budget, we are risking the stability of a mandatory asset. If this hike drives boarders away, the POA is still legally obligated to fund the facility operations, but we will be doing it with even less revenue and higher vacancy rate while having unchanged staffing requirements. We are essentially subsidizing potential failure.
I just want to comment, your point about, I guess it was the chair's point and yours as well, there's additions to revenue that could have avoided a lot of this that haven't been addressed. It's just been status quo. And I'm glad everybody's enthusiastic about charter schools and the kids. I also reiterate, I don't take any pleasure in this at all. Davis Sterling, California legal amenity usage fees are to balance the cost of maintaining facilities that aren't used equally. That's not fun. This is, and I like the point about looking at it quarterly. There's just so much that's not been clear historically here. And there has been a perception, a lot of capital additions that have gone out there as well that have to be maintained through reserve funds, which isn't included in these numbers. I think it's, I forgot, George, you remember it's like 60,000 a year we put away for the equestrian for reserves? Yeah, I think it's 60,000. So that's not in the numbers when you're looking at, hold on, Sean. But again, we're trying to catch up, and I am optimistic with all the energy about positive change. Maybe this is the way it needs to be triggered. I don't know, but it is not something that I find pleasurable whatsoever, but it is a responsibility to address. Thank you.
Sean?
Yeah, so my question right now is Barnstall, for example. As an example, it's $410 a month. Is that correct, George? Is that what we're proposing, an increase? Does that increase of $410 a month include feeding the horse twice a day, 7 days a week? So that's inclusive in that. So the way I'm looking at this, it's a $14.64 a day to maintain that horse is what the obligation of the horse owner is, correct? So they don't pay extra for feed unless they wish to have extra type of feed. Is that correct? Okay, so for us to, so the board takes care of cleaning the stall. That's their obligation, to clean the stall, to make sure that the horse is watered and fed twice a day, and it costs a member who owns a horse there less than $15 a day. Thank you.
Any additional comments? I would like to address the Bear Valley Springs point of order I called out. There's a reason I did that. I need to clarify that, as any responsible individual would do, once a number is considered, you do want to look at all other somewhat similar amenities to make sure that you're in a reasonable ballpark. So every other similar and dissimilar equestrian center was looked at as a gauge, a barometer, as a secondary level of analysis. That is what any responsible individual would do, and it was not determined, our fee increase was not determined based on Bear Valley Springs. It is simply incorrect. It was simply incorrect. Management and accounting looked at all local equestrian centers, and it is true that one of the ones reviewed was Bear Valley Springs. That is not how they determined their number. It is, simply incorrect, so thank you very much. Do we open it to comment? When it's a motion?
Have a second for member comment.
Okay. Member comments.
Ron Freeman, number 3405. My question is, in the packet that was provided with the user schedule changes, I don't believe this is a complete list, because Sean mentioned that this was a blanket 30% increase across all user fees.
I do know that the one thing that may not be visible in that version, and I apologize for it, was the golf annual fee, and that was simply an administration error. We had,
It's on here.
okay, the annual fee?
On there, yeah.
Annual, okay.
I just wasn't sure if everything, because I see on here it says page 2 of 3, and this is 1 of 3, but I don't see a page 3 of 3.
That could potentially be my personal error because I'm merging PDFs.
Okay.
And so it was part of.
I guess then to answer the question, or to make the question more clear,
in choosing to raise the fees, was it done on an individual amenity by amenity usage fee, or was it done as a blanket 30% fee, we're just raising all the fees 30%? Because if it was just, we're raising all the fees 30%, then all this other argument is pointless.
Yes.
And I guess that brings to what I'm trying to say is, it shouldn't be, based on comments that were made here today, these user fees should not be raised if we're lowering our full assessment fees. You're asking the memberships, what has been stated in accusing previous boards of you're paying a reserve fee without knowing it. What you're doing here, literally, in my personal opinion, is you're taking, we're going to give you money back on your annual assessment, but we're just going to charge it over here. It's the same. You're putting it from one side to the other. It's a shell game, in my opinion. You're saying, okay, well, you don't have to pay it here, but you do have to pay it here. It doesn't make sense, in my opinion, to raise these fees. We're already past the previous budget, but I don't think that you guys are looking at it properly as far as how it gets paid, what it's called. At the end of the day, it's all about our community and how it's all supposed to function. And I think that by lowering the total assessment, in the long run, you're damaging our community.
For clarity, the fee increase is not directly proportionate to the decrease in assessment. They are not directly proportional. It's not as though the fee increases pay for the reduction in assessment. The reduction in assessment came from a wide variety of factors. A small tiny little portion of it, but if we can keep that in perspective, because otherwise the argument becomes for every dollar we raise fee increases, we're lowering your assessment by that dollar, and it's simply not accurate. I'm simply pointing out, for those who might have construed it that way, they're not directly proportional. It's a small part of it. So, you know, although I know no one wants to pay a fee increase, it would also have been irresponsible of us to approach this from the polar opposite realm, especially given the member feedback we have, especially given that fees are directly related to the services that amenity provides. And we all know that everything is more expensive right now, including labor. Minimum wage itself is behind because we've been able to reduce costs in other areas. We've been able to simply reduce costs in other areas. We've been able to be more responsible about spending. It's James's #1 MO. He eliminates any unnecessary spending. It's possible the other reason that the assessment's gone down is that we've eliminated parts of the budget that have been historically included that could have been seen as padding. For example, year after year, positions that were never filled, never. Nor did it seem like there was ever the potential for them to be filled. We eliminated areas of the budget that were covering nothing. That is the main reason for the reduction in assessments has been financial management, responsible financial management. It is not directly proportionate nor funded by fee increases, though I understand the perception that you've communicated. I understand that. Point of order.
Point of order. Can we please vote on this matter? We beat
Yes.
this horse.
We are moving forward.
No, this is
No.
not an open debate.
The member portion is closed. All those in favor? Andrea, is it a no or an abstain?
No, please.
Oh, and Josh? All right, thank you.
Motion to defer Hall's contract for POA employees.
Do we have a second? Oh, Randall. May I please provide some quick background, because this keeps coming to the board, and there are many members present who are unaware of why. So, James did additional insurance digging, got additional information, and if you could actually describe, well, briefly, it's more complicated than it appears on the surface. We need to incorporate our general liability which thing needs to be?
We're getting more clarity on the Hall's contract. It's a membership for each full-time employee. What was told to me from a previous director was that it's just a perk. I just want to understand where our money's going. Is it necessary? Actually asking East West. We're actually asking our carrier for some data. I just want to see the data. I want to understand. You know, we're not talking a large amount of money, but I just got to understand it. I don't think it's understood enough as far as just to pull trigger and approve it. I mean that's where I'm at.
Yeah, so it's more complicated. We simply need more information to make an informed decision. Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor of deferring? All right, motion carries.
Okay. Motion to approve the swim club.
Second.
Woohoo! Angela left.
Discussion?
Yeah. Excellent. I believe that this is a well-needed club for the members. I believe that we now have 54 that are included in this club already. So there is a lot of attention being brought for programs for youth and other venues for usage of the swimming pool that they're going to come to the board with. And I think it's very exciting for the community to enlarge, to know that we're going to be using the swimming pool for other things, you know, that will be more health conscious. Thank you.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor? Oh, I don't.
No, you don't need
to. Yeah.
Right.
Motion carries.
Motion to cancel the open board meeting on Saturday, May 16th to honor the community's attendance of our local Lilac Festival and approve a special open board meeting on the following Saturday, May 23rd at 10 a.m.
Second.
Yay!
Definitely.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Yay!
Carries. Josh said yes.
Okay. Okay. Information and correspondence. The board did receive the environmental control recap for the month of February 2026 and the patrol recap for the month of February 2026. Is that supposed to say February? Or is it supposed to probably say?
Oh.
Yeah, that's maybe another clerical error. No big deal. I will strike that through and put in March. Yeah, no problem. No need for panic. We also received 9 items of correspondence. All right, on to the Directors Forum. I'm up first, Bear Committee. We did finally send out a takeaway email from our Bear Town Hall that happened in March. It's a little lengthy, but very good read. So please look for that in your email from the POA. Very helpful email. We also are going to be needing more members, which thank you, Nicole, for mentioning that in your chair report. So if anyone's interested, please help us. We need more people to help us get education out there about living bear aware. We're also going to be maybe considering a letter going out to the members, bridging the gap between the limitations of the POA insofar as supporting members who do have bear break-ins, because there's still a whole bunch of confusion for members about what the POA can and cannot do for you. So we're working on something right now. And I think the Bear Ambassador is getting closer and closer to being able to serve you all. So maybe even in the next couple of weeks, we're going to have some info for you on how to contact her. And we will be at the Lilac Festival, as Nicole mentioned too. So look out for that booth and get some support, because we'll have tons of cool flyers and fun information for you. That's it. All right. Director Randall Gates for Budget and Finance.
Budget and Finance was Stark.
Oh, yeah.
Great. Okay, I mean, well, you know what I mean. Okay, we're tired. Okay, and then on behalf of Liaison Zelinski for Communications, they discussed website rollout and auditing of information that was, you know, can't read my own notes, but they discussed the website rollout. And they're still preparing for the rollout of the website, the launch of the website, which I think we're all just waiting for, and the date keeps getting pushed out, but that's how things go. That's just how things go. They're also working on updating the new member packet, which is a really big deal, and the possibility of creating a prospective new member packet. So that's a big deal too. So if people are interested in moving here, I guess that's what that would be. A packet for those
It
people?
was, remember, it was part of the strategic plan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so that's cool. Okay, on to Directors Coulter and Arman for emergency preparedness.
Okay, well, I was wishing that more people would stay around for some of these things, because this is what the heart of the community is about. Emergency preparedness. Emergency Preparedness is holding an emergency preparedness workshop, 2 weeks cutoff challenge on May 2nd, following the candidates' open forum at the clubhouse. Objective is to share sheltering and survival techniques following the catastrophic quake here. So they're saying that at some point in our future, there is a possibility of an earthquake, and they would like to share their expertise on how to shelter at your home, whether you can or cannot get into your home, using outside experiences, whether you have a tent. If you have a tent, you don't know how to use it, you can bring it in, they'll put it up for you, they'll show you these techniques, so that's a really great thing. Also, Emergency Preparedness is organizing a town hall on July 11th from 9 a.m. to noon at the Condor Room. It's a wildfire challenge. The objective is to highlight the POA's mitigation proposed grants and to continue PMC mitigation efforts and expand to involve the community and personal mitigation efforts. So it will help with your home mitigation. And that's what I have for emergency preparedness. And thank you for all their great work. I really do appreciate everything that they do.
Thank you. Director Schoening for environmental control.
I think it was 2 single-family homes in the solar.
Okay. All right, General Manager Williams for Family Resource Ad Hoc Committee. Did you meet?
Last meeting, 11:30 for Saturday of the month. Carolyn Gilbert, Mel Weinstein, Barbara Wiseman.
Wow.
Leslie Branda, she didn't get on Zoom on this past meeting, but they discussed the charter. Carolyn was very much, getting, copious notes down, but a draft charter's been done. At the next upcoming meeting, they're going to discuss the charter. They did discuss other programs like the previous nutrition program, food program that Mel had. When I first moved here, I went over there, I stood in line one day and got some cool stuff. But I think that's one of the efforts. Also, we talked a little bit about the aging in place budget that was previously administered here through the association. And I did reach out to Bill and asked a little bit about that. Adele gave me a little background too. But there is a budget that the Fraser Mountain Resource Group has right now. It's about 8 and some change. I asked for the MOU. She sent it back to me. The MOU's not signed. I don't have any details to it. So I think that's a good maybe start point for the committee to get some understanding and clarification on that fund and how it can, how it can support the residents here. Priority use criteria, whatever it is. But if we got folks that need some assistance, then this is going to be that way to do that. And it's going to, it's exciting. I'm really excited about the committee. I'm glad I'm the liaison. It's important. And it will help me also because I deal with a lot of very unusual, challenging, situations. So I think it's going to help overall, not just me, but all the membership and everything. So that's it.
That's great. Director Randall Gates for governing documents.
I believe between Elizabeth Gilbert and I, we've already covered the topics for that session.
I agree. I'll consolidate for you. Okay. All right then. Director Bailey for Greens and Grounds.
Thank you. I was in Oakland on speakerphone, so thank you, Leilani, for putting me on the speakerphone. We met on Friday, April the 3rd, and this was what I was able to decipher, and a little help from James. The new driving range mats are in place. Subject as fertilizer was discussed, and Greens and Grounds manager Michael Pierce educated us that they are temperature sensitive, the fertilizer, so some will be going down within that week, then some later, depending on the temperature. The greens have been verticut, whatever that means. And Mark Tasinovich, Michael and David Gardner will be working on the tee boxes. The greens are ready to be punched if they haven't already. And then the fairways. And the improvement plan is really rapidly improving, as I guess it should. And the next meeting will be the first Friday in May at 9 a.m. Oh, and there was a little over 500 rounds of golf that was played.
500.
100.
All right. That was a lot. Okay. Director Coulter and Armin for Kern Fire Safe Council.
Excellent. So the highlights of March meeting, we're looking to create a Facebook page to promote home ignition zones assessment programs in the Mount Pinos communities. We had 30 PMC signups at the post office on April 3rd. We've already done dozens of assessments. This is really a great thing for you and your home because we are trying to become a fire-wise community. They're working on their grants, or has grants for Mount Pinos community, getting more homeowners signed up for assessment throughout the area, presenting a PMC EP committee and CERT on April 25th. So that's next weekend, as I recall. Then we are also doing another Lilac Festival. So they will be there, to discuss not only home ignition and things of that nature, but we will also be having people sign up for the FireWise program. I've had my house done, like the general manager mentioned that he had his house done as well. So we are on our way to making sure that our community stays safe at our home. So I hope that everybody else is doing the same thing. Thank you very much, and I hope everybody has a blessed weekend.
Thank you. Director Nicole Gates for planning.
Planning was dark.
Oh,
It was on the same day as the budget.
perfect.
Yeah, couldn't reschedule it.
Okay. Director Wild for Mill Potrero Mutual Water Company.
The good news is that they met. The bad news is I couldn't go because I was at the budget meeting. The good news is Mary said she'd give me a synopsis of what occurred. The bad news is I wasn't able to pick it up timely on Friday. The good news is I will get it.
It's fine. It's great. Yeah, perfect. That was nearly a poem. Okay. Okay then, General Manager Williams for Pine Mountain Club Commercial Property Owners Association.
Okay, CPOA meeting. Marla Antonoro was the president. She resigned at this past meeting. She's going to stay on as a member pending a new selection. They discussed the events coming up, primarily focusing on the Lilac Festival. I'm just really tired. I was up late. The Lilac Festival. Also, a couple other things suggesting a gazebo at the lake. I heard that mentioned. I didn't see any plans or any next steps on that, but I'll be attending and ensuring that whatever's done, that we do it together properly. They discussed contracting a handyman for the village to ensure it's kept, upkeeping, minor repairs, other things. Let's see, what was the last thing? I can't remember it. Okay, I think that's it. Just a lot of discussions on vendors and a lot of the efforts and tracking on the numbers of vendors that have responded for Wine in the Pines upcoming. So they're talking all the upcoming events. Oktoberfest started the conversation on that. They are looking to asphalt the village, due to budgetary constraints. They asked if we could coordinate our vendor to go over, and I think that's happening this coming week, to give them a plan so they can do it piecemeal, is what they're going to try to do. But that's it.
Okay. Members Rebuttal Forum. The Members Rebuttal Forum is a 10-minute period that follows the Director's Forum, offering members the opportunity to briefly respond to any matter raised by a director. Each speaker will be given up to 1 minute to share their thoughts. Members wishing to speak are kindly asked to step up to the microphone, address the board chair, and state their name, tract, and lot number for the record. While the board might not respond immediately, all comments will be respectfully noted. Oh.
Vicki Kraft, do you need my number?
No.
Okay. I have a question. When does the fee schedule begin? July 1st. Okay. And I ask because so many people ask me about the full replacement card and the STR price, so I'm glad to see some differences are happening. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Gail Paterino, 3507424. I just wanted to state about governing docs and a lot of the committees that are looking for new members for this next year. We only have one member on governing docs that is staying.
Oh, wow. Gail, I reached out to all committee chairs, and I only read who responded.
Okay, and
So I apologize. I would have I had no
I just thought
idea.
I'd mention something now since this goes out to anybody.
I had no idea.
in the world too. So-
Okay.
Yeah, I reached out to Elizabeth equally.
Okay.
Okay, I'm so
So
sorry.
just
I would have,
wanted to put that out there. Governing docs really needs some.
I'm happy to include that for May. I will include governing docs for May.
Okay.
Still ahead of the new fiscal year. And so I will, if you could please ask,
Well, we sent an email. Elizabeth sent me an email asking to put it out there as an email blast. I forwarded that email, her request in it, to the office.
okay, well, let me know.
Where it went after that. I
Let me know if I can be an additional help, and I'll include it in my chair's report as I did the others. Yes.
Thank
Okay.
Also, I'd like to make sure that people realize that we do have the equestrian committee, and if people would like to join the equestrian committee, I'd love to see them start putting their applications in for that.
I wonder, though, if we have to approve the charter first?
I-
And I apologize for not reviewing it yet. This last month was,
Do we do the charter for, or do we get,
We just need to
the
get
committee does the charter
my
usually?
question is, do we?
We have
okay, so
already,
we
we've
s-
already
we Still
approved,
form it even while the charters.
we've already
I understand.
approved the committee.
Okay, so let me add that to May as well.
Right,
Okay.
exactly. Thank you.
Maybe we need a chair's letter. It's just like a, hello, committees are coming the end of the year, you know what I mean? Like
Yes.
June- Yeah, we'll talk.
Especially since Gail mentioned that Elizabeth wanted an email blast, we could potentially do that as well.
And our bear committee's like dying to.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's,
Here we go. Adjournment. In the March 21st, 2026 executive session, 8:30 a.m., the following was discussed. One litigation, one was discussed. One contract was discussed. 4 forbearance agreements were discussed and 4 were approved. There were lien requests. Exhibit A1 dated 3/4/26 was discussed, and they were approved in open. There were 5 hearings discussed. There was 1 foreclosure discussed and 1 approved in open. There were no appeals. There was 1 personnel issue discussed, and there were no director information or correspondence issues discussed. The next regular open board meeting will take place on May 16th, 2026 at 10 a.m. in the Condo Room. See you then. Can I have a motion?
23rd,
What
right?
did I say? I don't know.
Didn't we approve to move it
That's,
back
oh
a
my
week?
gosh, you guys, yay. Okay, whoops. I mean, I guess I couldn't have done that. I couldn't have.
you wouldn't have been able to do it.
Wouldn't have been able to do, yeah, you're right. So see you on the 23rd, everybody. And at the Lilac Festival on the 16th. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay.
Motion adjourned. I guess we'll need an email blast for that as well.
Yeah. I feel delirious. I feel totally insane.